As we are once again live upon the internet. And yeah, let's make sure that we are alive upon this internet with bit rates going everywhere and titles set and categories picked and audios not muted. And yeah, everything looks okay. Yeah, let's jump in here. Doesn't matter who I grab. Actually, it does because I want to check which character still hasn't done the weekly. So let's load up this one first. And as the title says, we'll be doing just some PvE and we should maybe even. It was yeah. This week was conflict weekly, right? I might actually finish off that conflict weekly on character 4 because I think I'd started it but I didn't finish it. So I think all we need for it is just 4 more matches, which is just, yeah. Okay, so this character has the weekly done as well. Let's go to character 4. Oh, yeah, actually, yeah, because I did this with them. But also we're going to work a little bit on this guide as we've been kind of busy with other things. For instance, as well, kind of rewatch those parts of the masterclass recording. I'm perfectly fine with what we have there, but we'll continue the rest of the recording throughout this coming week. Because also it needs to be ready for Saturday, which, yeah, there's still so much time left. And also it's just gathering a ton of gameplay for it. Especially. And for that as well, I wouldn't mind actually just, for instance, today and tomorrow running a bunch of clips and get good with it. Yeah, so one of the things that we had left here was that I had to put in, basically gear-wise, all of the stuff. We had found basically where everything else is supposed to go and which TUs they went into and stuff, with named items and such. But weapons-wise, we still need to add basically all of the weapons here. And one of the things I did look up is that, yeah, every item, but they some had different talents beforehand. That was the thing with them. But every weapon did make it over, basically. Every weapon came to Gear 2.0, basically, because it had to. Otherwise, they would have had to delete items, basically. That didn't happen. They just did make sure that everything was there. Let's already put these like that. And yeah, so I need to figure out actually which weapons we haven't seen, already. Should maybe actually name all these, then it would be easier to find. But also if we name them and we have doubles, then we can pretty easily tell. Especially the thing is, so we have this season 1. This added like a ton of names. And to me, like year 1 and like the first few seasons is all melted together. Like if you tell me like Baker's Dozen was original game, I would believe you, but it isn't. But then Artist Tool is not in here. Artist Tool was also another later edition, I believe. So for instance, it will be stuff like that. So Artist Tool would go in here. So I should go get a black background. Okay. Got where we're going, expertise. So let's see if we can add all of these in and then go from there. Yeah. Full screen and snippet. So we'll just go through every weapon category here. And hey there, Hans. Yeah, let's just go through this and see what happens. So cooler definitely later. All the exotics and stuff I've already done. Everlasting Gaze. You know what I should do? We should have this, and then we should have it open twice. Let's do that. I can use one to search and one to paste. Because it's mostly this. Like there was a ton in here in season 1, basically. Everlasting is part of that. Okay, so no Everlasting. Harmony was definitely a later addition. Stage left, Surge. Virginian is definitely base game. I don't remember what it used to be. I don't think Boomerang existed. Yeah, Whisper is definitely later game as well. ARs, Born Great, Burnout. Burnout, I think, was season 1 as well. Yeah, Burnout was season 1 as well. Caretaker, definitely way later. First Sight is way later. Glory Days. Goalie's definitely later. Glory Days is, I think, season 1 as well. Or one of these seasons. Isn't it? Oh yeah, Glory Days. Season 1. Huntsman, Invisible Hand. Invisible Hand was definitely first year as well. Kingbreaker, Lexington is way later. Led, Manic. Manic, I think I saw in year 1 as well. Yeah, Manic is season 1 there. Mechanical is definitely later as well, which Feature Perfect coming in way later. Pyromaniac. I don't remember seeing this anywhere yet. Was Carnage a later edition? Negev was a later edition, right? So yeah, the Negev is here. There's a Carnage here. Carnage is here. So let's say this. Which one's Eyeless? Darkness. Darkness is also here. But then was maybe Pyromaniac also here? Can't remember. So that one we'll see about. We can figure that out later. Oh yeah, I poke around here as I'm in my own world. And neither young. Thank you so much for the well wishes there, as indeed. It's been actually. So wait, was it 1 year? When did I become affiliate? I think it must be 1 year, right? It can't be 2, I think. So, but yeah, we are indeed. We've been affiliate for a while, which has been nice. Some of the builds are missing from the drive, I think, like exotics that you showed on the live stream a few days ago. Exotics? What do you mean? Let me try opening the build collection in a incognito. You guys won't be able to see that. A few weeks ago, we had some issues with Google Drive. Not wanting to sort things and stuff, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Seems fine. Well, let me reread that. Like is that I showed on live streams a few days ago. Oh, keep in mind that I have several folders. If you mean this one, which is the list of exotics and stuff, for instance, this is in the guides folder. They are in different folders, but also in the build collection, there is that about me one file. That one has all the links to every place. So from each of my folders, you can always find all the other folders. Because yeah, this is for instance in the guides folder, and then I have also calculator folder and then DPS tables folder. So, but you can always, all of them have this about me in there. If you go in there, you can find the other ones. So for instance, the folder from here to the guides, basically. But yeah, they're in different spots. Not everything is in the collection. The build collection is just the build collection itself. But yeah, mystery solved. Around for when armor one still around. Yeah, the thing is though that the Carnage and then also the Darkness, like Darkness is perfect eyeless and then Carnage. So was there just only perfect ignited, or was the Pyromaniac maybe just something else? Maybe ignited Sadist and stuff didn't even exist back then? Yeah, it's kind of, I don't know. We used to use Sadist, right? It was the thing to use Sadist with Wicked, and then the holster talent from Merciless. I think we just used Sadist then normally. We're gonna put it into there, and then I'll try to. Because one of the things I can do is actually YouTube is actually very nice for this. I found out in finding some of the placements for some of these is just you type the name of the thing in, and whenever it was kind of added, it's you kind of go for the oldest video that has it in there. For the DNH fight, the Spark backpack. Oh yeah, actually. But wait, was Pyromaniac then just against? Maybe Pyromaniac was just against status effects back then, and then Sadist Ignited Eyeless came later. Maybe this was just a combined, kind of like the MDR was in Dev 1, maybe. Because I do remember the Pyro. Yeah, actually, I definitely remember Pyro being around in year 1. Yeah, Savage we already had. That got added in here because that came in with the specialization whenever it did. Yeah, so Savage Wolverine. Shield Splinter. Were the Hunters always in the game? I feel they always were, right? Like that thing was always there even before any TUs, right? The box teasing us. I'm gonna put it there for now. That subject is way later. Drill is way later. Rail Splitter. Rail Splitter is... I haven't encountered it yet. And I'm pretty sure actually Rail Splitter was year 1 as well. I remember sometimes being around in discussions. I need to just... Oh, there's a timing wise likely about the Shield Splinter, I'm guessing. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the crate was even in like the closed beta and stuff. Well, open beta and stuff, right? The Hunter crate. For my builds, 4 characters I've been running blue, the Flitter builds, but slow. I have negotiator, strikers, legendary healers, genders. Oh yeah, you can always, make some space, make some new ones. I do the same quite often, just get a few builds out and get a few new builds in. We had Sadist United back then. But then Pyro, because yeah, Pyromaniac would never be like Sadist, right? So why are we using that? Although I remember actually using Sadis, or well, we were using something that worked together with the bleed, I remember. So that's unlikely, but must have been Sadis. It was like legendary. I mean, yeah. Remember when heroic and legendary both didn't exist? Oh, well, heroic always existed for the invaded missions, but not for general missions. But yeah, legendary came in with gear 2.0. Oh, well. Actually, did we have this here? Yeah, no, I haven't filled these two in because here there's so much stuff happened. So yeah, we kind of need to make this list. Because this wasn't just Gear 2.0, this was also, yeah, heroic open world settings, and then heroic open world, heroic missions, legendary missions, and then this was the rebalance that actually made it workable. Because also early heroic was very silly, almost. Although, well, it would have been fine like if we had the tools that we have now, but we didn't. So, yeah, on to, let's go to marksman rifles. We'll just go. So Adrestia must have come in with title. Couldn't have been before that, one would think. So this is here, right? Yeah, that must have been. No, already also, let's add another one in here. Because we also need to do the 3 skills from these. Question also becomes if I just bloat this, because technically all of the other skills should go here, or do we just leave that? I think I would just leave that, and just the additional, the skills that came in later, those get a place here, but not the original skills. Because that would just be, that would just be a lot. Same for the talents. Also, the talents here no longer really exist. Brutus definitely wasn't Commando. We haven't seen it anywhere else. I feel Commando must have been base game. For now, we'll put it there. I'll double check all of these, but first let's get them kind of in place, and then I'll just Google search them, and basically, especially on time-wise, it's pretty easy to spot when they were added. So Emerald, yeah. Although even just heroic missions and stuff, like especially Woni launch was, and then also, yeah. So back then as well, the thing of elites, all the elites. I remember doing a heroic title was like a thing. Like not most people could do heroic title in year 1 because it was actually really hard. And you actually needed good builds for it and stuff. Drop was a time named Blacksmith. It's been too long for me to remember the talents from back then. Those my head spinning, yeah. Also sure with the old stuff. There is I did find in my searches on the I don't believe the Discord spreadsheet, at least I'm not sure if there was a version of that back then. But there's a version basically of the Reddit spreadsheet, which nowadays isn't getting updated anymore, which is kind of sad. I wish we could get into this or get access to them somehow. But there's a version of this from Gear 1.0. which basically had all the stuff from all the way back then, especially as well as some of the base weapon damages and stuff from back then, which was completely different rebalancing, but also all of the gear sets, original and brand bonuses. Could actually have used that for some of this. But mostly I'm caring about what got added. So that's kind of the purpose of this one. But even in year one, they changed so much stuff around. As we even went from, having talent speed that you could have all 6 pieces have the same talent. I remember running like DTE on all 6 pieces just as a silly build. But yeah, it wasn't like, and then they changed it to be unique. Each talent you could have once. Stuff like that. Designator is definitely base game because, you get it a lot. Base game as well. Ekans is base game. And basket definitely isn't. Carol definitely isn't. Pinprick must be, because I haven't seen it anywhere else. Scalpel isn't. Darkness is Warlords of New York. And White Death was season 1, right? Yeah, White Death. Okay. So Shruti Gunny. I think both the boomstick and backup are year 1. Oh well, it's a base game. So I should put those here. I remember those always being around. Calibre, I think as well. Because I definitely also haven't seen it. It isn't part of season 1, was it? No. Enforcer. Did I actually put Enforcer here in Woni? No. Let's do that. Let's put Enforcer here with Woni. We'll put it here by the Grudge. Lefty like glue. All of those are way later. Rock and roll. Rock and roll must be base game because we haven't ran into it anywhere else. Also, I feel they didn't add much to DZ loot pools after after year 1, especially basically everything after season 9 is not DZ loot pool as well, right? I can't think of a single item post season 9 that is that is. This is side on kernel 10 seconds cooldown. Yeah, all those talents back then, it's kind of all melted together. Some Liberty and it was fun, and then we pick up yellow points. Yeah, always. Yeah, I feel they could bring out that part of OD, like where it collected your loot and stuff, especially with, for instance, a gear set that lines up well with Memento. If it just could go out and pick up your Memento stacks, that would actually be pretty cool. The mop was definitely later. The send-off was one of the specialization items. So yeah, it's down there. Torn is, of course, very recent. And Tsunami. Tsunami must have been base game as well then. Because I don't remember seeing that anywhere else unless it was season 1, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't. No. Oh, boomstick is. Oh, I should buy a boomstick and boomstick out here. Never mind. And I was so sure of that. I mean, I'm gonna double check everything that we're putting here, but first we're just putting it in. There's a bag of boomstick and boomstick are there. We should tell so we don't screw with our teammates. Oh, they don't want it for Elmo. The thing is, though, like people complaining when they run Elmo, it's like I'm perfectly fine giving up the shock rounds. That's actually a benefit, in my opinion. The shock rounds can be more annoying than useful quite often. But yeah, would maybe perhaps be nice if we had a little bit more control over it. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4 rifles. Yeah, we'll just add. Let's first add them all in. Cold relation must be year 1. Is it was season 1? Oh, it was season 1. Never mind. I just don't remember it. So Dark Winter is definitely season 1, not year 1. So year 2. Emmeline's is definitely base game. It's one of the rewards for Roosevelt anyway. So that was always in. Grown Great is way later. Purist is way later. Safety distance. I think both safety distance and apartment are. Unless it's here. No. Slingshot is way later. Swap chain must be year 1 as well. Apartment. Then Grudge is Woni. Slayer is later on in year 1. And that's SMGs, LMGs. Good Times was season 1, right? And then Black Friday was always there. Yeah. So sad, actually, I didn't know. Black Friday. So Carnage was later. Cricket was way later. Dare was way later. So Good Times was this, right? It's here somewhere. Yeah, Good Times. New reliable, we've not seen anywhere else. Only pressed Q. So new reliable goes here. I think Tabula Rasa likely as well, right? Quiet Roar, I think I saw here, yeah. Being in season 1. Rusty's way later. Sleipnir is with the specialization. Yeah, Tabula Rasa. We also have the Stinger. Stinger was definitely later on. Somewhere in here. Whenever they introduced the friend referral system, right? Because that wasn't always there. I'm pretty certain. Friend referral system. So I should search in, well, not this one, search in this one. Friend referral. I think I misspelled it there. Can we can I inverse this? As in slightly with these or something? Oh, this is div 1. I should have noticed from the 1.8.3. This is definitely, yeah, so this is all div 2 then. But yeah, when was this? Wait, like super misspelled referral, I feel. No, actually, it is like that. Not in the passions here. Wait, maybe it's in here actually. That's the new friend referral. Where's this one? 16. Wait, it can't be. No, right? Oh, okay, you can. This is just buying the thing. Okay. But this is the 223 one, right? This is the rework. Yeah. And this is when the suit became available, and that doesn't matter. Okay. It doesn't state when the stinger came in. That's annoying. Let me catch up here. I need to correct. Well, this day is going pretty well. Got to be a little productive. I even made a few more shorts, so I have now 8 shorts ready to go, which is kind of nice, as I'm kind of ahead of the curve for once. And they'll come out as we go along. Then suppose you have somewhat decent build running around with a P320 handgun. Generally, like, especially the specialization handguns are pretty bad. So Not particularly. I do have actually a pistol build that I kind of like as a shooty build. If you're familiar with the build collection, I think it's 114, no 113. That's this thing, and also direct link to it. I've been enjoying this thing actually for a bunch of directives and just running around with it. But you would want to use a card 45, like any of the specialization ones are pretty bad. Just they lack the stats and then good talents. You're better off with just normal high-end pistols. And this is so nice. I mean, yeah, you could indeed as well. But yeah, that's basically kind of the pistol technique. I can direct link to this as well. Actually, let me do that. Put that in the YouTube chat. And then, yeah, let's go back to where we were. So I mean, maybe Google does know. Division 2 referral release date. Then let's put friend. Referral release date. Yeah, this is all from more recent times. Yeah, there's all the new rules. This is 5 years ago. So when would this put this actually? So this is. Can I have the post date? Thank you. February 12th, 2020. So this would put it. February 12th, 2020. Okay, so that will put it here then with dispatch. Which kind of makes sense actually. I feel that thing was pretty late, right? In your run. Now I'm gonna put it here. And I'll try finding maybe some video. Because there are likely, like, people have likely made a ton of guides when that came out, but I don't want to do YouTube search here and skim through videos and stuff. Yeah, that just leaves pistols. Lightning rod. Don't think I've seen that anywhere else. I don't think I've seen any of the pistols anywhere else. Well, TDI card and stuff. Yeah, for now, let's just add the line. So lightning rod, Mozambique is later. Orbit was definitely base game as well. Right? It's not a season 1 thing, right? No. Profit is way later. TDI card is later. Harvest is later. There aren't that many named pistols, so that's that one. Yeah, can we put this together in a nicer way? That's 4, that's 4, that's 2. Let's first move these here. Let's put the ARs here. And then get down. Okay, so making sure I already have that thing in place for later on to type underneath them. Um, yeah, let's just do like this, and then these can go here as well. Wait, is there a whole row here? Why am I doing it like this? I realize now I can just do this. There we go. It even looks somewhat nice. Let's actually get the specialization skills here. So, Banshee. So let me have a peek over here for a sec. Maybe let's prepare for a new climax. Helmet, I'm guessing mission. Not particularly. Usually I go into those with a tech tank on heroic first and kind of get the lay of the land. And afterwards we'll decide what we go in with. And usually I go in with a group. But I kind of have all the builds likely that something like that would need, because either it's going to be just 4 strikers, maybe 3 strikers with a foam, maybe 3 strikers with a PFE, or something like that. But whatever we kind of need, I have. It's kind of the point of the build collection. I have a ton of builds available and ready to go. Wait, why did I put Banshee in here? That's with Gunner. That's way later. Demo. Mortar. artillery. Survivalist tactician drone. And then sharpshooter. Sharpshooter, tactician drone. Survivalist is the menders. I'm awake. Barely. But then let's also swap these two in place. Technicality. Okay. So this looks to be, basically base game was this then. And then in here, I actually have a Ruthless and Lullaby. The Merciless and the Sweet Dreams actually don't have items like this, which is super annoying. But in the text, we'll make it clear. So we have Acosta, that. What I wouldn't mind actually is having the gear sets and the brand sets up here that were original base game as well. So yeah, let's do that as well real quick. For that, actually, I do have a folder with all of the brands. Oh, well, all of the icons. Because if we go into the gear, and then we just try to go off of memory, let's already make a few rows. Actually, those white lines help for now, so we'll leave them. So definitely Gila, RNK, Petrov. Yeah, Petrov must be. China Light. Overlord. It's funny going back and looking at some of the brand bonuses on some of these and how different they were back in the day. Because I think, DNH was a crit one, right? Gila had something useful. Or was it just that Gila holsters were good? I remember always you running like Gila holsters quite often, but it might have just been armor still back then. But Providence, I remember being something hybridy, like it had skill damage and stuff, or skill power, or something. I remember going into hybrids quite often. But yeah, this is basically trying to remember which which of these. But I definitely remember DNH being like crit chance first stat, right? So Cheska is later, Fenris here as well, actually. Let's actually do it in the order we have it here. So I'll put the Fenris here, just so it's easier to parse for myself. Yeah, Wyvern must have been as well. Drupa is later, Empress is later, Sokolov must have been as well. Hanayu is later, Araldi was definitely base game. I remember farming Araldi for stats, like once targeted loot came in. Oh, you mean the mask, the Tinker. It's going to go into a bunch of builds. I'm actually planning, once it kind of comes out, there's a few builds that it obviously goes into, like we can just stick it into Striker, we can stick it especially onto OD, we can stick it on a lot of just, Umbra, Heartbreaker, stuff like that. And then actually what I'm planning on doing is just a quick pass of a build collection and then going like, would Tinkerer fit in this? And then just look at it and go like, let's try it out and let's find combinations for it. Enable some creative builds. Yeah, it definitely. Basically, what it gets you is you can have, instead of a gear exotic talent, you can have a weapon talent. And especially things like Future Perfect and, for instance, Frenzy, Brazen, those kind of things make it pretty interesting for some things, especially, for instance, Shotguns, Brazen plus Pummel. That sounds pretty appealing. On LMGs, Frenzy together with some of the other things, and then you kind of have, something to tide you over until you trigger Frenzy. That's going to be kind of fun. But yeah, it's going to be definitely a bunch of places we're going to fit that in. Hotshot. I'll be curious to see if it's going to be worthwhile on like headhunters and stuff. Partially because, well, first, while there's a red core, you are giving up that headshot and weapon handling. Would I, like, if we're sticking it into hotshots, if we want to keep the 4-piece, we have to go with like the backpack or something. If we're not going with the 4-piece, then like you already, you could have that healing from the 4-piece, basically, for instance, if it's preservation or something. Streamline will definitely make up for the loss in damage if you're okay not using your skills. But even like on hotshot, like the one thing that the build doesn't do is keep awareness for you. So I like having the spotting drone. And with the spotting drone, like a streamline wouldn't work. So I'd be curious to see if that actually like will make a difference for those kind of builds in a real way. Because the Terminal already destroys everything with hotshots. Adding to that is not, I don't feel you're gaining too much. Yeah, let's put in 511. That definitely is base game. Also, there is some in the icons. There's actually, for instance, this. This is Gear Brands Swanson. And this is, I should be in the chat there, but that icon there. But this is in the middle of all the other active brands in the game. It's weird that that is like still in the game files, for instance. Because yeah, this. I don't remember that one. But yeah. Maybe they'll use it in some way. For parts of this game. I mean, yeah, that's the kind of the. It'll definitely help build variety quite a bit. But I think in the end as well, like for a lot of places, because I've seen it as well being kind of discussed for a bunch more places where it's just not that impactful. I feel like, for instance, Hunter's Fury and stuff, you're forcing yourself to take the backpack and stuff. It's gonna be much more of a cost than it's worth it. But yeah, I'm looking forward to using it quite a bit. What about Heartbreaker? Yeah, Heartbreaker, for instance, can benefit from also having Future Perfect and then maybe like skilling up the shield and stuff. I think that would be kind of cool for it. But you could also just do that on a striker. But just the combinations of like, yeah, to me, like the damage combinations aren't that interesting because you're a little bit ahead of a Coyote and then not giving a group buff. And I feel like if you're just going for the damage, except if you're already okay with Streamline, like if you're running Streamline already and you're okay with that and you put Killer next to it, that is a pretty big gain. If, like me, you're not that okay with Streamline to begin with, and then the option becomes like Killer and Measured together, that's actually not that big of a gain over the Coyote. So you might just well stick with that and then give the group buff out. But I think just the combination with utility talents like fast stance and preservation and future perfect, especially. Like one thing I'm looking forward to is just sticking just killer plus fast stance on weapons. Like I've been missing fast stance quite a bit. I used to run that basically religiously, so I've been missing it. Yeah, so that's all of the brands, I think, because everything back here is the new stuff, right? Yeah, this is all more recent stuff. Yeah, so this is the older stuff, so that's in there. Yeah, Walker and Bellstone definitely are later. And then we have the gear sets as well. So Syscore and Strikers are there. These four are there. So yeah, those two got added then. So originally tip of the spear, negotiator. It was negotiator here. No, OD and troop patriot. Aces. Where's the main picture of aces? Oh, here. Because there's a bunch of icons here. So for instance, this one and this one. This is from the old aces where like you had the firearms buff and you had the healing buff and stuff like that. So those things don't exist anymore, but they're still in the game files. I was only seeing those ones. Yeah, so True Patriot is down there. OD is down there. Hardwired is down there. What does that leave? I don't think that leaves anything else. Yeah, that's hardwired. Rigor is way later. The Sphere is way later. Eclipse is way later. FI is way later. Foundry is way later. Syscore is way later. Striker is way later. So Tip of the Spear, Negotiator, Aces. Just search in here as well. I remember there being a few gear ones in here. Yeah, but this is, this Breaking Point, Aegis, and X0. That's definitely not it. Any brand in here? Palisade and Zvia, which they also have. Wait, did the game really just start with 3 gear sets? Although, as well, I feel, weren't these maybe then also added with... Because they're the Dark Hours ones, right? Weren't they added with Dark Hours? Let me catch up here for a second. I need this still tea. I'm doing pretty good. Hope everybody's enjoying their Monday so far. I hope everybody's doing well. If we take anything, I think so. A lot of builds, one of the things that will compete with Tinkerer is especially Memento Solo. Like anything like the tech tanks and stuff, they're not going to see any benefit from Tinkerer above the Memento. Same in a bunch of places with, for instance, Dodge City and stuff. Like there are actually places where, there are competitive things to that in certain situations. But yeah, that wouldn't be, for instance, even if we are, for instance, using that to make our shield stronger with Tinkerer, maybe going, Killer plus or Flatline plus Future Perfect, and then maybe getting shield tiers from that other stuff. I would just write out the Memento and just the consistency of that. So especially a lot of builds that already have Memento, And then also a bunch of builds as well that are using a specific exotic. Especially the capacitor is going to be hard to beat for a lot of skill side stuff. Because those skill tiers are nice, but anything that's like turret-drone hybrid, it already prefers having a memento in there, and then also like the capacitor is kind of hard to beat. Because also like the capacitor and versus the test subject is pretty close, right? Or well, close-ish. I wouldn't say it's actually that close, but we can't use named items, right? So we have to go with normal in sync. So now it's dropping even lower. But yeah, that Tinker Mask will definitely find a lot of places, especially OD is like the obvious place. OD is like primed for it, especially going, yeah, Sadist plus Pressure Point, Sadist plus Vindictive, or even going Sadist plus Frenzy and just being silly with it. Rock and roll, shotgun, heartbreaker, chest piece, a bag, or the chest piece, a memento, shield of course, need tactician. I mean, yes, but also, yeah, you're kind of on the track of finding the tech tank, basically. As that's kind of the style of build that I go for, especially with Heartbreaker. I want to use the backpack. The backpack isn't that great. I would even prefer something like Bloodsucker over it if you're going that route. Where's 414? But yeah, what I use mostly, like what I use quite often, is with Heartbreaker is this Heartbreaker tech tank, and then especially with the shield and the artificer. Yeah. The game kicked me out. Sacrifice memento, would you?
Safe area detected.
No, it is names specifically in there. We have to also see if it actually what named in the end means, because in the PTS everything worked with it, so it wasn't working at all that way. Or well, not everything. Exotics. At least I didn't try it with exotic, but you could have like perfect Sadist and normal Sadist, which was a little silly. But then if named means perfect talent, or if named means named, because if Lexington, for instance, doesn't work with it, you're already cutting into it in a little bit, right? If you have to jump down to a different weapon, like Lexington is that far ahead that it's kind of worth it that way. But also, yeah, memento. I mean, if you can't have two exotics, right? Like if you're sticking in the Tinkerer, you cannot have memento. If you're sticking in the memento, you can't have Tinkerer. So that limitation is still always there. I need Randy, and yeah, I'm doing pretty good. And I hope you're doing well too. And everybody else, hope you're all enjoying the Monday so far. Looking forward to tomorrow. Did they actually announce any maintenances or some such? I wouldn't expect so. We had one pretty recently. Oh, doesn't look like it. No. So no maintenance by the look of things, unless it's not on the official server, which sometimes does happen. Mostly for RD, yeah. Nice trade for Coyote. Yeah, especially for that build. It like will be a pretty good place to stick it. You want to be able to use the Kingbreaker with Tinkerer? Yes, for instance. Any named would, yeah, kind of. At least the moment that indeed. Oh yeah, no worries. You're not the first. I've done that as well a bunch of times, going like, "Oh, it would be nice for this build where we can have it like with the Dutch City holster." Wait, what? No, we can't because double exotic. Wait, let me actually look up. I'm now very like, aren't these gear sets? Because this is the 3 gear sets the blueprints come from. The blueprints come from. So 2, 3. The blueprints come from Dark Hours, of course. So are these just not part? Aren't these that? Q3. Where's Q3? A whole bunch of DZ changes, conflict changes. Why is this just not even talking about? Oh, will be. Ew. Okay, that's why. So wait, this is then also not exactly when dark hours happened. This is when like the patch went in for it. So like, what if I Google this and then we take out patch notes and then we go release. May 16th. So 2 days later. Raid opened May 16th. Raid launch mega threat. This will be perfect. Overview. Oh, okay. So yeah, these three gear. Okay, so that's why it wasn't talked about anywhere. Nelson Theater, National Bank. So also make sure we're there. So these gear sets are actually here. Just select there. Go there. There we go. Okay. Okay. So the base brands, the base names, and now we have everything in place. Okay. So wait, the game launched without gear sets? Everything back here is like completely out of my brain. Because also I didn't really start playing till like here-ish. Like somewhere here. Especially that first month and a half I didn't really play at all. I remember. Well, actually more I started playing like after June, because back then I was working quite often with doing quite a lot of work on in like May and June. What gear set is it that I have on? On where? Here? Well, it's just actually this was I made a build overview, one of those shorts about this build, the SMG PFE. So that's why that character is wearing that. Tutorial builds will benefit. I think, for instance, though, is because yeah, they have Memento already, and they have Capacitor. Both of those are really good for Turtron builds. I feel those actually will be the ones that benefit least, but a lot of reds, especially, I feel, partially as well because it is all red, so they'll benefit a lot from it. But I think actually for hybrids and stuff, there's already really good pieces for hybrids, and it's going to be hard for it to compete. Even if you're sticking together like, yeah, In Sync plus Future Perfect or something, it's still gonna be a hard sell. I think maybe for the Negotiator Turtron Hybrid, definitely. But not for most of the others. Because that one doesn't use Memento usually, that uses Coyote now. But it's mostly builds where we have Coyote in there. Like, Coyote is still worthwhile, and especially in situations you want one in the team anyway to provide the group buff. But yeah, Solo would add it. I mean, yeah, that's kind of the thing. So a lot of builds that already use Memento, it won't compete well or do the things that the Memento can do, which isn't damage per se, right? It's survivability and going into all of the stats, basically getting some red, some blue, and some yellow things out of it. Like, it won't really give you that. So those builds are gonna kind of stay the way they are. But yeah, a lot of other places we'll find a lot of uses for it. Just sticking it in Striker already, like that, and then having, yeah, I'm looking forward especially to just killer plus fast stance, especially, for instance. I'm running OD with Cody and Blue screen. With that in mind, would it better to run a backpack with Wicked, or can I continue using the Courier with Perfect Grip and Dead? I'm losing out on damage on blue screen over, say, Carnage, but I appreciate the CC that blue screen provides. Yeah, that can be perfectly fine. I also quite often run Iron Lung for kind of the same kind of CC capabilities of it. The thing is with that, the creeping death part of it, you still have to shoot the enemies to kind of mark them, for instance. So that still means that spreading the bleed around or spreading like the disrupt around and stuff, you have to kind of, it's maybe best to like rewatch some footage. Like in Countdown and stuff, I could see it. In format missions and stuff, I would feel it would just not be that useful. Most of the time as well, the thing that gets spread, you don't have too much control over. So it's basically, it comes off of cooldown, right? And then whatever next status effect you apply, that'll get spread. So you don't have really control over it if it's going to be, most of the time it's going to be the bleed, because that's the status effect that's going to happen the most. And the bleed isn't that strong. And nowadays as well, you know, you need to shoot them to mark them afterwards for bullets to happen. So you still need to, like, you know, shoot them anyway. I feel just spraying and praying and just running Wicked is gonna overall be better results. Just also because that is a pretty big damage buff. And a very consistent one for OD, having that go out. I would say Perfect Creeping Death might make more sense, for instance, with Iron Lung, where you're doing fire, which, you know, at least is a little bit more impactful than just bleed. Because yeah, if it's, for instance, the Disrupt and Disorient, that can be more impactful, but you don't have great control over it. But also with the fire, you don't have great control over it. So that's kind of the downside with Creeping Death. It's gonna get eaten by a bunch of things before the thing that you want it to be spreading. Let's leave this guide where it is. So yeah, we did a bunch of work on it. I feel now actually everything is in place. We still need to extend some of these with what happened with them, especially this one. This one just has Gear 2.0, but much more happened when Woni came out. And then everything needs to have, like, yeah, the wording underneath it, because the wording is kind of important. Otherwise, we can't control F. As everything in the images is not, you know, searchable. I don't want this thing to be pretty searchable. But yeah, it's starting to look actually close to the final version, or what I kind of had in my mind as well, of just, yeah, basically that we can come in here and go like, hey, when did, let's say, Empress get added? Oh, season 4, right? Like that. That's the idea with this. We can, that I have an easy searchable place for this, because it turns out that this didn't exist at all. Because we do have like the division Reddit thing here, but this thing is this changelog thing. But this thing is also missing a bunch of stuff, and it's kind of hard to parse through. But yeah, a step further with this one, I'm happy with that. So let's go and do something. I think I still have a weekly to do. Yeah, we'll bang out one more weekly before the week is over. What did the scent become actually? Oh, sloth. Okay. I am looking for envy. If it becomes an envy one of these days, we'll run that. Yeah, let's maybe take it to 5 directives. And if anybody's interested in joining me for some weeklying action, as I'll go and do all of these again, through some bounties, some activities in West Potomac, and the mission set, just to get a few exotic components, and also gives us something to do. It's been a while actually since I've done 4 weeklies, and yeah, this would be the last one, so might as well. Does it overlap at all with anything else? Doesn't look like it. No. But if anybody's interested, feel free to let me know. Am I still set to... yeah, no. Yeah, so let's go get started with some bounties. See actually if I have any True Sons ones, and especially as well if I have some from maybe dailies and stuff in other places, maybe challenging ones. I don't know, but I have basically 5 here. Another one there. Now let's go start with some. Do I have any? Knowingly, when you don't have title cleared, you don't get that many True Sons activities here, so you don't get too many.
Another agent has joined your group.
Anyway, we have somebody joining there. Oh, we have open world. Nice. Anyway, we'll take it with 5 directives. I'll run OD. This character has the full OD. I'll do that for some ammo generation. And yeah, let's actually just go do some of the bounties here. We'll likely have to go to the sewer twice and then somewhere else twice. Then we'll get those in. And yeah, let's start moving towards there. The healer can scan pulse for instant proc or tag and elite to build. Seconds so per won't beam them down to proc and kill. Yeah, thing is though that like it depends on what you're trying to make spread, because I would love more for like the disrupt or the disorient to spread, right? But even if you're trying to control it, even to that degree, it's gonna like be on cooldown. You have to kind of like wait for it and stuff, right, here and there, which is still gonna be pretty annoying, I would feel. Actually, yeah, let me take smart cover as well. We're gonna take the aggressive one. I'm gonna go over here and grab these bleed or pyrans. But mostly, yeah, you have to just see if for you feel you are getting enough worth out of enough value out of the perfect creeping death. And yeah, the easiest or a really good way is just to record yourself playing and kind of just watch it back and see what you get it to trigger on and stuff. Because one of the things with OD I feel is, or generally what I do is just spray. Like if we have a spawn that is already pretty close together, I'm just gonna spray into it basically and just try to mark as many people. Yeah, this character actually needs some components. Let's grab some here. And again, if anybody else wants to join us for some of the bounties here, and then also some of the activities in West Potomac and some of the missions, basically the weekly, feel free to let me know. I'm gonna make sure to grab the chakrams in this thing instead of my main weapon, because otherwise you'll overwrite my OD rants. Although the OD rants will overwrite it in a second anyway.
Hostile broadcast picked up.
And then use that smart cover there because it's gonna be a few seconds anyway till we get back out there. Anyway, let's go through the not familiar with this one. We're gonna go through this sewer here. This band is always kinda like this. And that. I'm gonna deny them this side. That's gonna be my grenade so you can walk through it. And I'm gonna go
Hostile broadcast detected.
engage from
Target
here.
neutralized. Good work. You got the target. Nice.
I definitely want the high ground. Not even that little bit of... Oh, do I not have the... Oh, yeah.
Hostile control point nearby.
Another modifiers on that one. That's on its side.
That's the target agent.
I had them turned off to record earlier.
Vital
Because I
signs
definitely want
critical.
that extra skill tier.
Target neutralized. Good work. That's another one down. Good job, Agent.
Yeah, let's loot this area, especially this key chest. Then we'll pop the next one, it'll go somewhere else.
Hostile broadcast
let me-
picked up.
Have that thing turned on. But having that extra weapon handling is very noticeable here on the Carnage, which is one of the ones that handles pretty horribly to begin with. This zone is also... Strikers will get a bunch of blue resources out of it. Something triggered in combat. That was the animation I did there. Character jumped down and... let's grab that crate. Oh yeah, let me actually grab my loot over there that I still haven't grabbed. I'm already gonna up one, see where it goes. Went to the building there. Relocate to there in a sec. Get these first.
Hostile broadcast detected.
Okay, let's fast travel to safe house and go from there. The first person. Okay. And yeah, let's
Target is
go
near
into
you,
this
Agent.
one. Mesa, Zhang, and Davis.
Rogue agent detected.
As those two. Yeah, let's take them. I should have maybe swapped to PFE or something, but I think we can just kill them real quick. Especially if they're engaged with other things, which they do appear to be. Shouldn't have done it this far out.
Hostile bombardier drone detected.
We've gotten closer.
Hostile sniper turret detected.
That's not a great one.
Hostile defender drone detected. Hostile fixer drone detected.
I want to go help over here. We want to focus one down real quick.
An agent
If we
needs assistance.
can. Let me do it with this.
Watcher. They flanked me. Take them out.
Ow.
Got you.
Did they break scaling on these guys again?
Hostile broadcast picked up.
I haven't fought open world ones, but they seem a little
Rogue
squishy.
agent eliminated.
A little squishier than
Target near you.
I would think they should be. Because a while back, these guys wouldn't scale to world difficulty. I wonder if that's the case. No. Oh, okay. Where's Black that's getting in the way? Especially focused squishies, just because I can make them bleed. And in we go. There's a flame grenade here in case we get. Let me dance there. Gonna make that a normal sledge on top with my pistol. Because why not? Let's have my smart cover for whenever the bosses spawn. Just take it then. That as well with that wave.
Agent, target spotted.
Everything spawned upstairs. So I'll use my smart cover here in a sec.
Got the target. Nice. Target down. Good job. Got the
With
target.
that,
Nice. Thank you for keeping us safe, Agent.
I don't think my... I have that extra skill tier already? Not yet. One thing that is very noticeable is once you have that extra skill tier going to even just one skill tier with the smart cover, you get suddenly a big boost in weapon handling, especially. And let's go back into the sewers, because that's usually where it wants to send us on this one. So let's go back from that safe house.
Hostile broadcast detected.
Actually, this is, or at least it's somewhat related to the to the daily as well. But the daily is a control point on top. But I should do that. There's likely enemies there, so let's take the downstairs route. Probably a quieter way of getting in.
Target is near you, Agent.
And again, if anybody does want to join us, we're going to go through that whole list of weekly stuff. That's why we're doing the True Sons bounties here to begin with. But we'll do the first whole, or we'll do the whole list. So. Oh yeah, we're going to shared space, of course. That does reset. Oh, they didn't spawn here. I mean, we'll get a bunch of spawns in the that big room. This way for I hate it. Well, I mean, yeah, especially if you are someone that does make good use of things like the minimap, because a lot of people actually, yeah, believe it to be free. I don't agree with that at all. I think it's actually one of the most expensive when it comes to. I give mind those fires when they're mine. You can just walk through them. It's one of the most expensive ones. Thing is though that especially with Ragers is not as bad, because Ragers will make it so that as long as you're getting some kills in, it's basically fine as you.
Target neutralized.
As you do get Ragers kind of going the bars basically, so. But yeah, it's the thing that's gonna get you killed the most, I feel, very often. But it is more XP, so. Also, I kind of like the challenge, honestly. I don't really run 5 directives for the XP. I like it more just, it actually makes it a little tougher.
Hostile volunteer drone detected.
Target down. Good job. Agent, target spotted. Target neutralized. Good work.
There we go.
That's another one down. Good job, Agent.
Going to be one of the easiest circuits to play with, since exactly makes them stronger. The thing is, like, a strong enemy coming from the front is usually pretty easy to deal with. It depends really a lot on how much you use the minimap and how often you're used to making use of that. So for instance, for me, it is actually one of the things that gets me killed the most. Like, out of all of the directives, the thing that actually gets me killed the most is it's Fog of War. Just not noticing an enemy coming from a side, where if I had the minimap, I definitely would. Because yeah, it robs you of that very simple tool for awareness. Because I don't mind the enemy being stronger, but then I knowing where they are. Like, to me, Ragers is much more a cheaper directive, so to say, than Fog of War really is. But here we're going for all 5 anyway.
Hostile broadcast detected.
There's where the enemies are. Oh yes, exactly. But that minimap is so good for, especially the Division one is pretty good for just keeping track of where enemies are kind of coming from. It's very hard to get flanked actually if you have decent minimap awareness. Actually, I have some loot there. Let me go get that.
Detected. Nearby location. Go ahead by
Let's engage
hostiles.
these guys. Doesn't know when I was out of my field of vision. Oh yeah, you just have to like keep your head on a swivel a little bit more. Oh yeah, of course. Need a second. Same with pulse. Well, I mean, you pulse and then you look around. Like it's not per se too hard. But yeah, I mean, it comes at a cost, but it's not like it's without benefits as well. But I just like it for the challenge, if nothing else. Like for me,
That's the target agent.
actually having to listen a little bit more and try to like, keep awareness. I think it's also, yeah, some of the global events, and for instance as well here, the markers above the enemies. Even though not every enemy is marked, of course, what they are still is, you know, when a group spawns, it's very likely that one of them is marked. So at least you have kind of, you know, there's a patrol coming or something. It also depends what you're doing as well, because in missions and stuff, yeah, I feel most people will
Target neutralized.
agree that in missions you kind of know where everything's gonna spawn. At least in, you know, the familiar ones.
That's your target.
And there it's like a lot easier. Especially open world can be a little bit more dangerous. As well for instance, these bounties that are off the streets for most of it, it's pretty easy. Rifles on arbiters and using and eagles grass from Fox Press personally well success. Thing is, like, the question becomes on that, like, why would you make it Heartbreaker when you would likely have better results with, for instance, Striker as well on that? Because keep in mind, yeah, you're wasting one of the tier set bonuses.
Target. Nice.
It is actually bonusing towards
Thank you for keeping us safe, Agent.
LMGs and ARs. Free Chameleon. And yeah, we're 4 out of 5. I would challenge you. No, I actually, yeah. Right here. Let's go do that one. Hopefully it doesn't go out in the streets here. Oh no, actually, it went over there. Let's see which entrance it wants to give us. And sometimes it's the north entrance on this one, sometimes it's the south, and usually it's the east one.
Target is near you, Agent.
No, it's the east one. Let's kill this guy along the way.
Going around.
And we kind of have to go all the way around.
This isn't over yet. Not by a long shot.
Yeah.
Civilians in
What video was that even from? Oh, that was from the Christmas or not Christmas, April Fool's video, right? Yeah. I mean, yeah, it makes sense, doesn't it? Why wear enemy brands? Anyhow, let's go. Murder over here. Oh, and and hey there, Tasty. And thank you so much for the raid there. Let me give you a quick shout out here. I'll just add a run. Won't make you do it yourself.
Damn! I thought I got that 8.
Oh, I ran in. I actually surprised that worked out for me. But yeah, hey there, Tasty. Hey, I hope you had a good stream. Hope you had some fun. And yeah, welcome in raiders. And thank you, Scary. And indeed, we're having affiliate anniversary. Although, well, I don't personally care too much about it, but it's a good reminder of like, oh yeah, it's been a while. We've been here for a while. Hello, Grandpa. Hey there, grandson. Are you winning, son?
Serious trauma detected.
As over here, we're just doing a weekly, so we're just out here doing some bounties and then following that up with some of the other things.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
What is she? Hits me that hard here. But yeah, if anybody's interested in maybe joining us, so yeah, we'll go through the full list there, but if anybody's interested in joining us, feel free to say so. Or if you have me on your list, feel free to just join. As we'll go through the full list here. We've just started with the bounties, so I still need to do a bunch of activities and follow that up with a bunch of missions.
Agent, target spotted.
All of them are here. First I get
Target neutral.
granadas.
Good work. Got the target. Nice. Target neutralized. Good work.
Liking another chameleon.
Looks like you earned
Oh, no,
yourself
it's
another
a-
bounty. Well done.
Oh, I've got 2 exotics and 1. Got a Centurion Scabbard earlier. Let's grab all the loot here. And yeah, let's go do West Potomac as we need to do a bunch of activities there. But first, let's grab this. As well as key chest. Gonna be this t-shirt that, yeah. Maybe one day we'll have some merch. I feel a lot of things I've said as Nokia would work well as merch indeed. Let's maybe just go do this starter control and then move in and do that control point up north there. We'll as well go around Tandle Basin. Oh, no been success. Oh, this next one is from the side, but on the game bonus armor. Get stack and keep 6. Oh, and so that's get 6. Different way to get rifles for those. Oh, yeah, that's true, but yeah, it's just not like those two don't align well. You can make it work, but you're making it work at that point. It's not just outright working. Oh yeah, we're gonna go for the territory, but I totally went for this right away. Let's take this anyway. We're here. Might as well murder these people. Just need to remember not to pick up the...
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
these later. Okay. Where are you going? Oh, only had the priority objective here. That works out. I'll take a free while. This reason. Oh, while we're here, might as well go kill these three then. Instead.
Whoever needs saving, I'll be there, Agent.
Thank you, Agent.
Priority objective available.
I'm just gonna shut up Anna for a second by just taking whatever that is. Next time I do descent, I'll get a thing. Oh, you're lagging? Are you from EU region or are you from a different region? Because that might be the reason I am EU. US West. Okay. Yeah, that can be a little laggy, I can imagine. I quite often used to play with, like, be on the other end of it. And yeah, that can sometimes be not too great. Can I already send a fire grenade there?
Incoming
Because they respawn
hostiles
there.
detected.
They're not in the sledge even. Bombed open there. Oh yeah, one of the guys was dead already. And yeah, territory next door as well. That'll be 3 activities. And yeah, let me have a catch up here. Things again, Pisty. And yeah, enjoy your lurkins. I'm actually gonna take position here. Let's open it.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
What the hell was...
Access key detected.
Okay. There'll be 3 activities. Just gotta take these 2 territory controls alley the fastest. Let's fast travel back to title and go do those 2. And thank you so much there, Samuelus. Didn't even know that was an effect that could be done to chat messages. That was kind of cool. Just make sure I didn't miss anything in here. Yeah, doesn't look like it yet.
Hostile control point identified.
Now we're just a few weeks away as well from the climax mission, right? Just 2 more weeks. Basically 2 weeks and a day.
Hope they move us.
Oh, this is Outcast.
I hate this place.
What are Outcasts doing this far south?
Incoming hostiles detected. Access key detected.
Loot as well. And then yeah, that was a territory control this away. Whole war zone there. This one as well, they just have 1 spawn, so I'm gonna be in a position or set myself up in a position to go for that spawn camp.
Clear a path for me.
Yeah, I chat for that.
Detecting additional hostile
Close there.
access key detected.
Grab this as well while we're here. So that's our 5 activities. Just leaves the missions, and I just need one more named. Yeah, let's go do the missions. And then maybe for these missions I go Eclipse. But then maybe we drop the ammo directive. I'm fine with cool skills with Eclipse. Especially for these missions. Oh yeah, if anybody else wants to join us, we're gonna go do Lincoln, Jefferson, and American history. Otherwise, I'm gonna matchmake it in a sec.
We need you to secure the memorial and remove the True Sons forces. They maintain this outpost.
Because I want to get some Eclipse practice in. Pretty soon we'll be doing the gameplay parts of the Eclipse Masterclass. So, was was laggy. Oh, it's at my chems too. I reset my chems because of that's good.
Got a visual on additional hostiles in the memorial
Oh, this place is
compound.
511.
They're moving south. There's a gate between you. It looks closed from here.
Agent, you'll need to find a way to open that gate.
And seeing as I'm, because of that low on charges, I'm just gonna open here with a fire grenade instead. Oh, yeah, let's actually matchmake here.
Another agent is now in your group.
Oh, hi. One random red survived that site. It was a jump scare. Here's what is being ran here. Okay. Curious to see more of what was being ran there in a sec. There's a heavy in that wave. He's gonna crossbow downstairs, but I'll just crossbow up here. Just gonna wait for the fire to run out and set them on fire again. And actually, I'm gonna send the flame grenade there.
Another agent has
And
joined.
that's gonna
your
actually,
group.
just from upstairs, be sledge on everybody. Really curious about this now.
All clear. I
Okay.
repeat, the compound is
Wait,
all
what is
clear.
this? Repair
that
skill in
can't be all of
headshot.
them.
Okay.
Check the interior while I get Henry's
Basically,
people to the perimeter.
PvP build in PvE. Although you wouldn't use repair skill in PvP because you just get EMP'd. But yeah, they're just level 42,000. I'm gonna quickly grab a grenade here. This one with a grenade just to save me a charge.
I'll flush him out.
Yeah, the fire going there, that should be enough to have done my part.
Damn it. The
Here we
true
go,
sons have turned the
late.
memorial into a base. There's an area beneath you with increased security. Isaac can't access
I want
data on
a
this
key
location.
chest.
Stay alert.
I'll go open all of
Don't be
this.
walking
That'll
into.
take me some time anyway. We can catch up. Still need components? No. Or at least that guy's holding. Where's our... Where is our fort? What? Can't even find them on the map. Oh, they're there. What? Just like we've been going pretty slow here and there. How have you not caught up yet?
An agent is no longer in your group.
That's kind of a dick move
Another
to
agent is now in your group. Another agent has joined your group.
not be taking part. Yeah, definitely want the key chest here.
According to the schematics Isaac pulled upstairs, we can lock that tunnel door from their control center. That should keep them from being able to transport those mortars loaded with DC-62.
I'm gonna do this one with a grenade again. Send that into a real sledge. Yeah, with everybody kind of facing that away. It should, yeah, just keep spawning there.
That should keep them from getting more of those mortars.
You think closing the tunnel is smart?
It's tradition to shoot at that light. It's way too bright. Palisade, it's kind of fine.
Serious trauma detected.
He's actually hitting people. At least they're using their skill. We'll say that much. We got a sledge.
Good work. Go on ahead,
Emptying
back
the
up.
backpack.
The team from the campus has taken position inside the memorial.
Yeah, I do need a. I'll be fine with it. Worst case, I can always just do a name, like a weapon or something. I'm not likely actually to get that kill
Stop them.
on
I know they would have used those weapons on us.
on
and we would have
Eclipse.
ended up like
Eclipse
that.
isn't the boss killer.
I can't tell you how relieved I am to have you on our side. Thank you.
But worst case, yeah, it's just,
Today, we
you
dealt
know,
a great blow to the True Sun's
we
infrastructure.
just run up to
We confiscated a massive cache of chemical weapons.
a
and
whatever
eliminated the
bounty
stronghold
or
near the
something.
campus. You should be proud. You saved a lot of lives today.
Oh, yeah.
Agent has
So
left your group.
let's go to American history and do more of the same. Yeah, let's do the invaded version because we'll just get more. But then, yeah, we'll turn off the ammo directive again here. And if anybody wants to join us for these last two missions, feel free to say so. Just want to... Kind of curious what that other guy did in all that. Basically, not that much, but they couldn't either. Yeah, my fragile's broken, right? Actually, wait, leave me 1 second. I'm gonna take a detour to a shared space. Out of medpacks, armor broken with a bugginess, and also I have no grenades anymore. Let me go there and back. No, help all that. As well, yeah, because I build swapped, I didn't have any charges to begin with on the Eclipse. Well, I guess everybody's busy. We'll just take it
Near as we can
as
tell,
is.
Black Tusk is spread out
We
throughout
do
the
have
building.
a
Be
crossbow,
prepared.
bolt. Let's try to go for the helmet. Wobbliest head ever. There we go. Let's get the quick weapon crate up here. And also the quick armor crate in the back here. Wall hidden behind this statue.
Yeah, I heard it.
System disrupted. System restored.
I always take this way just to get to this loot. Grenade 70. Chill. Peak. Oh, just Antis Fury. Yeah, that can be a pretty... Like, actually, the M870's reload nowadays is so good that really does benefit. Look, it works pretty well. Especially now as well, Intimidate kind of being back into the pack. Although, well, nah, it's been a while. It's been back for a while. But ever since Intimidate kind of went to that 3-second thing that it has nowadays, it's been doing pretty well. We'll grab these shock rounds. They'll come in handy, for instance, against these guys. Just watch out for the heavy in the back. I'll shock him in a sec.
System malfunctioning.
But especially in combination like this,
System back online.
there's a run Eclipses. There's a run with somebody that really always enjoyed running Hunter's Fury. And just because of the CC of Eclipse, it's also a little bit easier to be super aggressive.
You're not heroes. You're traitors to your country.
It's for the future waves. There's always one medic that spawns here. This guy just doesn't care that he's on fire.
Serious heat.
Taking serious heat. Yes, you are. Oh, that was it.
Another agent is now
Yeah,
in
two-man
your
scaling,
group.
of course. A lot less than I'm used to. Oh, somebody with open mic there. Always surprised that people are sometimes running open mics on PC. Can sound a little bit more on console. Oh, yeah, keys up there. Let's grab that as well. And let's go grab that box back there. And let's take the quick way down, which is to jump in between.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
This guy has one blue core. Heavy and a warhound. Just should be off on that guy, so should be easy to finish off. Of course, there's a warhound. I should have just crossbowed back there. And there's a key chest up here. Just gonna quickly grab that. I'm gonna send a flame grenade there.
Another agent has joined your group.
Just to make sure nothing gets out.
You're making good progress. Take it steady.
Laptop
Jim
detected.
Boba Fett. I don't feel that's a canonical way to do that.
System disrupted.
There's even more sharp rounds here, might as well.
Restored.
Even more of these? Why not?
Download complete.
We'll review the data you just downloaded and see what we can make of it. Continue your sweep.
I'm getting a flurry of movement right outside the north entrance.
And just the boss fight left. I want to inspect these guys in a sec. Curious what is being ran.
This must be the last of them. Take them down, Agent.
You're gonna bleed out right here.
Maybe last hit it there, but it's very unlikely for me to get a named. But we'll just get him after. What's that? They want to get some Eclipse practicing in. Where possible. Also stuff like that. Where, you know. Trying to land it right in the chopper.
Area secure. Good work.
Okay. I'm trying to do bestie stuff. What was this? Yeah, the One Piece improvised. You don't have Grupo or crit damage mode. A jumbled mess, but it's fine. At least they're not afraid of glass. Is that a share or is that just a drop?
An agent is no longer in your group.
Yeah. Let's go do Plaza as well. Just without ammo hoarders. Well, actually, on this one, let's take no ammo hoarders and no cool skills. Just so I have both of my skills. Just to practice a little bit with that. This is a good mission as well to have a Stinger Hive. There's a bunch of places I can make that work pretty well.
We need to prevent True Sons from using the Metro to transport chemical weapons. So start by disabling any operational trains you find.
You can't let those munitions be distributed. You saw what they did to the castle.
Okay, staying with us.
Another agent is now in your group.
I'm gonna try to help out there and make it spread. And then we just dink them out. Oh yeah, my Stinger I've actually could have placed that there. Didn't get you anything good on fire there. A little dangerous. Let's get back going.
Agent down.
I think that will at least happen here is if I push enough forward, they'll spawn there. Yeah. We won't get the upstairs wave at all. I think some of it spawned upstairs. Yeah, some of it spawned upstairs. One thing I can do is actually just bounce one off the ceiling there. I still have this ambush in place, so it'll be fine. The last wave might spawn upstairs because everybody was facing up there. Didn't.
We may have eyes
I'm
on
gonna go
Wilson.
get this back.
Outside near the main entrance to the mall. We need to terminate this son of a bitch. There's no direct route from your position. So you'll have to divert through the hotel and into the mall.
So I have a bunch of special ammos as well on my other things. Let's actually take these blue brands for that. No. Or he's afraid to push buttons.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Get the munitions. We gotta secure the ordnance.
Negative.
The subway's compromised. Then find another way.
Bounce it off the backboard, landed on top of him, and then start spreading it. I don't need either there. So one thing I'm going to use here is actually my Stinger Hive to make sure those guys die, because they're also both elites. I'm also going to go get this crate in the meanwhile. Oh, they got out of range there. Give me a spot. Another hive is also in place for the last wave that spawns here. Now, when this lady dies, that wave spawns. Actually, this now wasn't the lady. I'm gonna spread my fire. I'm gonna make another fire happen.
There's an elevator that should take you to the mall. Wilson is still by the entrance. We've
Here's
spotted a
well.
mortar
Sometimes
team.
enemies
These are
spawn
probably the
there.
fuckers who attacked the castle.
What I'm doing is putting my hive there
Hostile forces incoming.
to catch the back spawn as much as I can. Let's land there for me. I'll grab the shock round actually as well. And just due to facing, most of it spawns back here, which is nice. These waves are actually facing dependent, and then what usually happens is most of the team is facing that away, basically. So they spawn mostly over there. What do you have any needs? Here is what our puppy is running.
Contaminated area. DC-62 toxin
Oh,
detected.
look at that
Contamination
insect.
level lethal.
What the hell? These readings are insane.
Oh, hopefully
You
it's
have a lab nearby
spread
for
at the
weaponizing
end.
this shit.
Here's
Make
one
sure you
gonna
put it out
really
of
hit that gas
operation.
can, doing both bleed and fire. My Stinger Hive is gonna go in the middle of all that. I'm gonna toss a flame grenade there. Just for everything that's gonna escape that away if it does. I'll make that a sledge too. Is that a curiosity? Oh, Heartbreaker. What an improvised piece again. That's so odd. Look at that, I can just put a Cheska piece in there. That's so much easier. Or a Grupo piece. It's also cheaper. I wonder why they think an improvised piece is good. And the answer usually is somebody on Reddit or YouTube. Some ideas. The downside is just they were bad at it.
Excellent. I'll send in a team to dismantle the rest of that crap once you've cleared the site.
Okay, using improvised in lieu of any... Am I delting? No, I might be delting. As I couldn't interact there. That worked. Alright. That was odd.
An agent needs assistance.
Never revive, they'll get back up. Gonna send one there. Send one there. Catch both waves. You're gonna follow that up with 2 flame grenades. Leaving me just one. That should get both waves, hopefully. Especially I want this guy. Didn't catch that wave. That cam didn't go where I wanted it to at all. Yeah, Stinger Rifle can be a really nice tool for Eclipse. That's why I like having it like this. Just it's some damage, it's some area denial.
Exiting contaminated area.
Shock rounds, might as well use them. That's a mix. Some smart cover. He's very smart. Went to college. This isn't just smart cover, this is PhD cover.
Don't let Wilson get away.
It's a woke cover. Plus 15 wokeness. Yeah. Losing my mind. Just a little.
No more contacts. Great work. Wilson's unit is out of action, and you've crippled True Sun's chemical warfare efforts. Also, Kelso just reported in to confirm the survivors from the castle settlement have safely reached the rooftop settlement. There's no one doing what happened to them, but at least you've made sure it won't happen to anyone else.
An agent has
Same
left your group.
GGs. It's good to see in random matchmaking. Yeah, so I should grab these as well. Yeah, I just need one more True Sun. But first, let's go get cleaned up. I think I'll just go and grab that real quickly. Solo in a second. But first, let's go get cleaned up and see if I have anything worth sharing or keeping.
Here to check something out? Thanks for the deal.
That's definitely not. Let's up these caches too. Nice. Very few bonus items, nice. Lets us go fast. Now that I have the stash space, I was kind of considering making a 511 build on main account as well. Although I was thinking maybe just going something else then. We already have 511, so maybe going, I don't know, RNK? 6-piece Lingmo, maybe? That could be just as tedious. Yeah. I'm gonna quickly just go do that. Do a bandy solo. If you don't mind, open. But in a bit, I think I'm gonna jump into a few countdowns after. If you wanna take a break and then maybe join up for those. But then I'll leave you to it for now. And
You have left the group.
I'm actually kind of curious. Okay. So I did almost keep up, although I'll not see, because open doesn't need to close the range, so. But then I'm quickly just gonna grab whatever. And just tech tank, why not? Let's dismiss this. I'm just gonna drop one directive, because the rest we can keep. Well, actually, do I have any more bannies? Anything's open for joining there. Oh yeah, in a bit I'll go and do some countdowns. So if you want to join for those, feel free. Let me go get this quick last True Sun I need. We just do normal band even. Do I have any heroics left? Oh, I don't. Okay. Yeah, let's just do that then, just to be quick. It's one of the dailies. Still annoying that the dailies are bugged and all are going here in this zone. I don't think they're aware of that either at the time. At current time. Let's just get this guy quick. Because also I know myself, if I leave it for later, I'm gonna forget. Normal enemies. Oh really? I didn't stick the landing there? It's trying to roll to Nakada.
That's the target, Agent.
And that was a weekly. That's all we needed, was just one last True Sun. Yeah, let me take a quick bio break. And then once we've done that, I think we just do a bunch of countdowns. I've been actually enjoying recently being back into some countdowns. But yeah, if anybody's interested in joining me for a few, especially if we can get a few people together, we'll go heroic as well. We have like 2 or well, 3 people, or maybe 4.
You got the target.
And I still need to farm up a few more LMGs. Made myself a shopping list. Okay, now I'll add that. And yeah, likely I'll run a bunch of builds. We'll start I think we'll start with an OD. And then we'll just run the OD version for you. So later on this season, this is going to become a Tinkerer, and then we're going to pair that. Because also, actually, I need some extra LMGs for that as well. Definitely need an extra MG5 then for this character, basically, because they don't have any other LMGs, so I'll need a Sadist one for that. The secondary doesn't matter because you would never use it, basically. So it's just to carry the talent. Because it's also, with the Tinker, it's only the second talent going to the main talent. Or to the main weapon. It's not the other way around. It's not both ways. So, okay, we have on one character 16. So the max is as far as this goes, basically. So, yeah, let me take a quick bio break, and then when we're back, we'll go into some countdown. But yeah, if anybody's interested in doing some countdowns, feel free to already join up on me if you have me already. Or yeah, just let me know in chat. Yeah, I'll be right back. There we go. Kind of needed that. After a bunch of those coffee drinks and stuff. So grab me some cheese to snack on, because they'll increase my RNG by 12%, right? If we eat some cheese. This message was brought to you by the Cheese Coalition. Sponsored by. Yeah. I feel we should start that rumor. Like, if you want to have good drops, you got to eat some cheese. It needs to be Dutch cheese, right?
Thank you for keeping us safe, Agent.
Peddle our own wares, basically. Do you play on PS5 or strictly PC? I joined if I was PS5. I only have a PC, so I don't have any of the consoles. So yeah, I don't play around on the consoles. I've been considering it here and there, but it's kind of expensive. Especially as well, I kind of always need a pretty powerful PC work-wise, as I do some photo editing and stuff professionally as well. So I'll always need a decent PC, so it's not like I could replace it with a console. Yeah, if anybody's interested in some countdowning, feel free to let me know. Otherwise, I'll go jump in. Let me make sure I'm set to LMGs. LMGGs. I'm not. Let me quickly check how much we have saved up here at 20k. At some point I should just turn those into exotics, but also I don't have that. Well, I have some stuff I should upgrade. What person? Yeah. As far as I understand, like, Linux still has a little bit of issues sometimes, right? With things like this, things like the vision. Like sometimes when the especially the easy anti-cheat gets upgraded, it falls apart, right? But no, I'm running Windows 11, and for me as well, I don't have too many issues running 11. Like, I know a bunch of people really disliked it. One of the things I really disliked about it was first was the taskbar of it not having the full name of the thing, basically. They changed that at some point, so. But for my now, Windows 11 is perfectly fine. Yeah, let's get going. Let's go do a challenging countdown here.
You have received an invite to another agent's group. You have joined a group.
Literal level 5. I have a peek just so I kind of know. Just so I kind of know how strong my team is going to be. I saw a few people there. They weren't really well geared. The leader is also 5, and
Communication relay.
you can't really get good gear together there. But also, this is challenging content, so we'll just have to carry him. Will I be doing raids? If you mean like today, no. I do sometimes nowadays join Toasty for like the community raids thing. But actually I've kind of been out of raiding for a while. Mostly because I'm not in a clan or anything, so I don't do like together runs with clan or something. But I've been getting back into especially Iron Horses with Toasty.
15 minutes lockdown.
With their community runs.
Containment failure. Elevated threat of EMP discharge.
System malfunctioning.
But yeah, I'm not that, like, I'm not much of a raider. Online.
Back online.
Set them on fire.
Vital signs critical.
Do it. It was way later than I wanted it to. Nice of him to not finish me off. But the disrupt that faded off, so I was like, it'll be fine. Also, we'll have the close range buff in a second, but for the time being, it's a close range debuff. So we're doing less damage in close range. Until we hit this button in a second here, and then we'll melt through the enemies. We'll only get 2 hunters here at the start. The other team was pretty fast there.
Admin.
I'm gonna go get the dog tags. This might not come through here. The guy's not wrong. Although we're going containment as well. But yeah, seeing as the teams were there, admin was a choice.
System breach initiated.
Challenging. In what situation do you prefer one or the other? So if you can do heroic and you can do it consistently, so especially if we're kind of like with a pre-made team, sometimes, you know, we have 4 or 5, sometimes even all 8 players from like stream or something. Then heroic countdown is just basically just a tiny bit better loot, and then especially as well, it's a 50 requisition more per run. Because you get 158 if you get all the hunters in challenging, and then on heroic you get 208. So if you can kind of do it in about the same time, which if it's the same team, they'll do it faster on challenging than on heroic. That's just a given. Like heroic will just take more time. But if it's just a minute or something, which it quite often is, that's kind of fine. But you need a decent enough team. Like the team does really need to be, you need basically 3 or 4 people kind of on point on heroic. Whereas on challenging, like literally one person can carry the team.
Data transfer halted.
And then the loot quality differences are pretty tiny between the two. There is a little bit of loot quality differences. But it's not much. So basically, if I don't have a good team, I'm just going to pick challenging because I can kind of guarantee that we're gonna, you know, excluding crashes and stuff, excluding just extremely bad teams, I can kind of guarantee that I'm gonna have a good time with it. Whereas with heroic, I kind of need a team. But yeah, if you have a team, you might as well go heroic because you'll earn more if you have a good team. And just also, it's actually a little bit challenging. So there's also that. You know, you can't just blow through everybody. Yeah, let's go containment. See if we can lemming everybody to containment. And hey there, Giant. What did the dog tags do? That's what especially gives you the at the end when you get the countdown requisitions. That is mostly based on how many dog tags you got. So every hunter we kill drops a dog tag. So there we got 2 at the start because we're out of range for the other 2, the team on my side. And then we'll get 4 at the end. And that will put us on 122 dog tags or countdown requisition. So depending on how many of those dog tags that you get is especially because you also get like you get 2. Oh, this is in the main. That we're already at main. But yeah, basically there's an is it 18 per? I mean, must be. It's 140 to 158, right? So
incinerator turret detected.
it's 18 per dog tag that you get.
10 minutes to lock down. Evacuate the
Oh,
facility.
well, 9 and then doubles through extraction. But yeah, you definitely want to always pick up the hunter loot. Even these ones, because also there's a bunch of optimization resources things in there. What shocked me there?
Hostile assault turret detected.
Wait. That was that. Let me capture these.
Incoming. High risk hostile.
Countdown. Nice. And yeah, countdown can be a bunch of fun.
Area secure.
And sometimes might also be
Agent,
frustrating
you
a
should be
little
able to
bit
access the lab.
with or teams or play. But you also have to always remember it's, you know, usually that's people not doing it on purpose. It's they just don't know. And sometimes you can tell them, especially, you know, people that flare early or something. Or have drones out and stuff. And hopefully they listen and learn. We all have had to learn those things. So supports ends, yeah, it's coming to end of life. Should have maybe just done reactor, although we have plenty of time. Also, we have the close range buff plus headshot buff, so we have a lot of damage. Just a security update. Yeah, there's definitely some concerns to be had there, especially if you're not in. Because, to my understanding, especially if you are in America, it's kind of like worse, right? With it, they're kind of draining a lot more data just because they can, because the law is allowed for it.
Agent, you've reached the lab. I need you to stabilize.
You can
the
turn
reactor.
off a lot of that kind of stuff as well. I do. So when I installed it and stuff.
You're in. Now, just need to find and destroy those fuel valves.
There are several programs that you can kind of run to turn stuff off, and then the annoying thing is once in a while it turns back on, so you have to keep running them and stuff. I should remember what even the thing was that I called was. I used to run Shut Up Win or something, which was like a popular one, but I was messing something up. I don't know if this is like a year ago, or a year and a half. So I stepped over to something else. I don't actually remember what it's called. But I run it once in a while, or well, I haven't even like as a task. So it just auto runs basically every month, and then just kind of resets it to a bunch of settings.
Magnetic containment failure. Elevated threat of EMP discharge.
Nice work on the valves. Now, I need you to expose the reactor's core.
To form field recon. So field recon, especially getting the blueprint
Good.
for it,
Now,
you'll get that
you
from
need to
just the
destroy
general
the
pool,
magnetic
so doing the
core.
control
You
points
should be
and
fine.
invaded missions and weekly projects and stuff. That's a really good way.
System disrupted.
Otherwise, it's basically just farming control points, and Summit can be somewhat okay for it. There's actually a cheese method in the Summit to get some. It is basically the old XP method. The XP part of it doesn't work, but you still get field recon, so you can kind of farm it that way. But you'll especially get it from your watch, basically. So later on, the main source, at least for instance for me, is kind of my watch. When I'm kind of down on them, I'll spend some watch points. That though, starting out, yeah, you won't have enough to really splurge. But especially control points give 4 basically on heroic, 3 on challenging. It's basically based on the difficulty. So doing a ton of control points can be a way to get some. But yeah, Summit can give some. Oh, DZ landmarks. The PvE end of DZ is also really good for it, but you have to be willing to DZ, which, you know, not everybody's going to be up for that, and that's fine. But DZ landmarks, because each of them as well just gives basically their difficulties worth in field recon, which, especially with how much quicker those can be than control points, is pretty fast. You know? Especially just farming levels and then spending it on that. Because especially spend your levels on SHD calibrations and field recons. Like, that's the 2 harder resources to get around. This guy, I'm shooting at the guy behind you. Although it's not a bad idea to just, I'm getting shot from that side, or bullets are coming my way, I'm gonna send some bullets that way. I kind of live by that as well. My teammates have this kind of, that's why I'm not paying attention to the objectives. No, my teammates are doing well enough. I'm just going around looting. We're mostly looting and doing a little bit of shooting. You darn be rootin' tootin'. Can't enemy there kicked all his teammates from the room.
Nice. The plan's
Because we
secure.
appreciate the VIP.
Now let's get you out of there.
I mean, sometimes you give some people a little bit
Helo is
of
ready when
power
you are.
and they
Shoot a flare to
really, you
signal
know,
to us.
make choices that show that they shouldn't have had any power ever. And yeah, that's just the reality of it sometimes. It's not a close range extraction, so it should be safe to grab these. Also, I'm gonna actually take that exit still, because I also have some loot here. Because yeah, you know, any loot we leave behind is gonna be like a 17 PFE. Screw it being even 14. We're jumping to 17. Beyond the 13. But yeah, I've run into that as well. People being, you know, drunk on barely having any power. And yeah, the only thing you can do is just shrug it off and move on. Matchmake for the next one. And move on. Removes lately, and let's aren't aware of standard etiquette. I mean, yeah. But that's also a little bit of a good thing, right? Where we're seeing new players come in. Especially Brooklyn, and the marketing push with it did well. I'm really afraid for that guy, the second he gets back up, that he's going to get killed fully. He's going to be in weakened state.
Hostile phaser drone detected.
And even here, it is important to actually kind of... Because yeah, they pushed in and kind of aggroed everything here without giving us the chance to really deal well with it. And we got 100 up there. I hope some of my team understands that. Or actually, I already got murdered then.
System back online.
Finally jump down. But yeah, we want to get all the 100 loot. The dog tags are in this pack, so that one is the dog tags. You especially do want to get those. But also, yeah, they're like optimization resources and stuff are really worth it. So. I'll try to get some special ammo going. And now we have the close range buff. So the thing to do here, like when I'm in close range, look at how much damage I'm doing. Like I'm hitting for 2 million. This build doesn't hit. But we just need to be in close range, and I'm just gonna try to get my fellow players to kind of be brave and come with me.
When you're ready.
And the close range buff is that third icon underneath the minimap. So whenever you have that, and it's green, especially as well, that one is like the big one. That one will make it so much faster. If you've ever had like countdowns where you're like, I'm doing a lot of damage, that's it. Because you have some other damage buffs, but all of them are pretty weak compared to... Oh, the headshot one is also pretty strong, but not like to the same degree. Hey, the winter, I'm doing pretty good. Thanks for asking. Hope you're doing well as well. I'm enjoying your Monday so far. Can you get the rock and roll shotty from Countdown? No. The rock and roll is an DZ named, so those can come from named caches and stuff, so we can get requisition points and then use those to buy named caches from Countdown. But you can't get it to drop from Countdown. Let me link you to the I'll put that in the on the YouTube end as well, especially that second link there, the named items guide. That will take you here. Let's try that. Kind of fine. That will take you here. There's this big graphic, and it lists actually what all the items are, and it also lists where the things that are marked as DZ, they drop in the DZ. So that's not that they're just exclusive to the DZ. That's also why I don't use the term DZ exclusives, which a lot of people do use for them.
Oh, that looks so good.
What was it? There's somebody yelling in the mic there. But yeah, this first list is basically where you can get DZ items, because named item caches is basically where most people will get it without going to the DZ. Like not everybody goes to DZ. And then yeah, the gear and then weapons, and then it has like anything that's in the DZ column you can't get to drop in Countdown. But you can earn it through the named caches, for instance.
Entering safe area.
Yeah, you're welcome. The matter of putting watch levels into the 3 materials, craft them instead of directly putting points on field recon data. Not particularly. Well, I have done in the past. So at some point they doubled them, and it still didn't make sense if I'm right. If I remember correctly, because at some point they first, because they did two things, right? They first doubled a bunch of those resources, but didn't touch the SHD calibrations and the SHD calibrations and the military L86. That's actually what I need, but that's like super expensive. And at that point, it didn't still make sense to. Like, it was still worth more to just buy it directly. And then all they did was triple it, right? So that shouldn't actually change the equation, because both of the sides became ×3, basically, right? So I would actually double check it at some point. No purchasing it. And that's also the thing with just challenging countdowns, you can just get by pretty easily. I mean, yeah, we can actually, so because cost wise, this is 3 times, this is basically 150 worth of this, right? For 5. So we would have to, although basically, yeah, so it's 1 point movie, so it's half of a point here for 5, right? Am I doing that right in my head? Oh, actually, wait, and then 1.46 here. Actually, it might be worth crafting. There's also 500 credits, but that's meaningless in that current one. Because yeah, it would just be 150 worth of resources, right? So it's basically 1/6 of a point into each of those for 5. Oh, not there. So it would be 1/6 of a point into each of these. So 6 points would be 30, basically. Yeah. So 5 points here would be... Wait, am I doing that right? Where's my brain suffering on this? Yeah, it would be 1/6 of a point into each of these, right? Basically. So we put 1 point into each. Wait, let's do it like that. I'm getting stuck on the fractions here. So if we put 1 point into each of these, we can make 6 times 5, 30. All right. Wait, why am I doing it like that? No, it will be 1 point each. So 1 point each. I mean, we can even... Because that would be 300, right? So from this, we could make 6 patches of 5 for 3 points. And this would be 5 points for the same amount. Well, maybe crafting is better, actually. Nowadays, since the rebalances. I remember that credits. Yeah, and credits are pretty easy to get. Also here, like, just 1 is already going to be like 60 plus 7. Yeah, 67 crafts for 1 point. Interesting, actually. So if you do have the blueprints, because yeah, 1, 1, 1, 3 points into this, that'll get you 30, whereas 3 points into this would just be 18. Well, actually, what I should do as well. Thing is also, if you have the blueprint, because sometimes like this as well, I'm kind of like full on some of the resources. One of the things I can do is just craft here. And then actually, as one of the tricks as well, if you use, well, this only works on PC, but you can right click and then press X and it just instantly crafts another batch. And so you can just, you know, right click and X and just that. But annoyingly, that's only on PC. But that's only with items like that where you're recrafting them like that. Yeah, let's go jump into another Cantan. You know what? Let's take Umbra. Our dear friend Umbra. What do I have this seater here? You know what? We're gonna use it. Might as well. Let's pair that as well with, let's stay on, instead of that rifle. Actually, you know what? Let's run it with that rifle. Let's run it as well with Dicky. Oh, that's tricky. Smart cover. I'll grab Technician as well, actually, for that extra skill here. Oh, let's maybe try it with the M1A CQB. Something that is usually too dog shit to actually handle. Oh, yeah, let's just go with ACRSS. That's fine too. Just want the link laser pointer. And then yeah, not 5-piecing it, of course. I know, I'm kind of like with strikers. Once Stinker comes in, we'll be able to do like killer plus fast ends and stuff, or just killer plus measured or killer plus. It's also then interesting actually that yeah, some of the names really did matter, because if we could have this for future perfect instead or future perfection instead of future perfect from the mechanic animal, this is an extra tier, but you have to kind of look at it as the normal one. Because for instance, I do sometimes on Redify run that. Yeah, let's matchmake for another Canton. Yeah, that's actually good to know, yeah, for crafting them.
Invite to another agent's group. Receive.
It would just take more time as well, but that might be worth it for...
You are now in a group.
That will be worth it if you are struggling on having them.
Hey, agent, come check this out.
5-piece striker. I was just like looking at, you know, giving a quick inspect, seeing what people are coming up with. Although these are very somewhat lower level players, and it's fine, you know, just experimenting and trying to figure it out. Nothing wrong with that. At the end of the day as well, if you just have a lot of like just red cores and stuff and
Communication relay offline.
And just some crit damage and crit chance.
Outcasts have taken over the power plant.
You can just put, yeah, like just push your way through heroic and stuff. Thing is usually though that also players that kind of have those builds, they also don't have the toolbox to
We need to find a way to relieve the
make
pressure
that work.
and fix the reactor's cooling
One thing I want to
system.
do is first get the at some point as well.
Reactor unstable.
Farm up some more purple
Activated. 15 minutes
weapons.
lockdown.
Kind of waiting for if it's on a zone or something, because it's going to be the easiest way.
System purge required.
System curtailed. Agent down.
You gotta go build that. Let's get this guy back up.
Detected.
And I'm gonna do it with my hive. I'm still disoriented.
System restored.
Exodus there.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Saw the thing wear off. That's why I was considering pushing to a different location, but because yeah, I need my Umbra, and that means I need tall cover, which there wasn't any there.
An agent needs assistance.
No. We should get this. Yeah, at least the other team will be able to get all the hunters.
System disrupted.
I'll see it as the bright side being that. I really need to charge up my Umbra.
System reactivated.
Also, they just put smart cover on Umbra. Did I forget what build I was running? As in, smart cover doesn't really work on Umbra. Like there's a little bit of an issue. I want to be out of cover when I'm shooting. Yeah, reactor turbine.
You're in. We need to locate the target.
I'm gonna grab a pulse instead. Yeah. Let's go. Murder out here.
What's the damn deal?
Okay, I'm gonna go try to find the crates. Just for the SHD calibrations we get from those. Okay, it's gonna be on the balcony because we saw the other two spots. When did you take that ladder up, sir?
Target detected.
Fine, I'll take this ladder.
Hostile defender drone detected.
This thing just doesn't have... Oh yeah, I don't have a scope on this, of course. Well, you can't have a scope on this. How is that drone that hard to hit?
Hostile neutralized.
Yeah, a little bit out of optimal.
Incoming. High risk hostile.
Going for the weak points. Saw that. You bastard.
Area secure.
There we go. Let's go get these loots.
Minutes to lock down.
That is actually one of the ones I
facility.
need, but that's a very expensive version. Let's get out of here. This is a silly place. Guess we're going lab then? Wasn't per se. Some people are going turbine. I'm gonna join theirs. Turbine makes more sense. Although we do have to go to cooling afterwards. Either would make sense. One thing I'm hoping is that the team isn't splitting up. Even if they are. I always find it funny that people go like, they follow the Isaac line here, and there's like this way, which is a lot faster. But they go all the way around the track. Sticking to the Isaac line.
Hostile striker drone
Deviation not allowed.
Hostile incinerator turret.
Let's get the box right away.
Hostile assault turret detected. Hostile sniper turret detected. Agent down.
Remember to charge up my Umbra. It's one of the things with a lot of the gear sets as well and stuff. It's just... It's especially about just running them enough till the point that you kind of are used to them. If I run Umbra for like 3 or 4 missions or something, I'll kind of be used to it. But not so much with that. Let's get our friend here.
Serious trauma detected.
Big move, game. You just destroyed one of those. Kind of have the same with
High-risk
Negotiator
target
often as well.
detected.
Just have to kind of get warmed up for like 6 or 7 matches or stuff.
An agent needs assistance.
The Disposed.
Area secure.
You can head over to the cooling tower.
We disposed of the Disposed. And I have the box already. Let's just go. Guess that guy went the other side. Alone. Because the rest of us... Wait, did 3 people go over there? I think 3 people went over there. That's fine, we'll go to the main. Oh, they left. Made a bad choice, and then they left.
Agent, you're in.
So also super dumb, they could have just gone here and just hitch back up with the main team. But likely they just don't know. And I'm like, I died. How dare these people let me die? Bye bye.
Warning. Steam pressure increasing.
Let's charge my Umbra.
Purge required to stabilize pressure.
We need to release the pressure in the system.
I don't like the sitar a lot. Basically, ever since the resolve changes and the 222 changes and stuff.
Cooling system pressure limits.
Although mostly the 222
Evacuate the
changes.
facility. 5 minutes to lockdown.
This thing has been
that
pretty
worked-ish. Now that the pressure is stabilized,
competitive.
we need to shut off that steam.
The only thing I kind of dislike, I've been trying to get into the habit of like
Great.
Open
now
in.
that's under control. You just need
Here
to
and
vent the
there.
remaining steam, and
if
you
I
should be
need
good
to
to go.
kind of get a little bit of visual clarity on stuff.
High-risk target approaching.
And this thing doesn't have an optics reel that takes
Cooling system pressure limits exceeded.
those kind of mods.
Stabilize the pressure.
This is so much easier to keep on target than a FAMAS with close to the same damage. It's not the same damage, but it's close enough.
Vent the steam, and you're good to go.
Also today, as 2 of the shorts that I made, one was actually for the... can I get this? Just barely.
Pressure stabilized. You can cut off that steam.
I'm just gonna charge it up. Definitely been health gated. I'm just next door to it anyway. Good watch out. Especially also going into the gas here because that will instantly kill me here.
Vent the steam, and you're good to go.
Incoming. High-risk hostile.
We're on the last steps. And I've regened enough that it's fine now.
Cooling system stabilized.
Especially gonna go and grab these. Oh. The rare decoys.
Serious trauma detected.
Good work, Agent. You saved the plant. Move to extraction point. Shoot off a flare so Torres knows you're ready to go.
Let's go for the big box. Oh, also actually small box. Totally forgot. Thought I'd had it already. Luckily somebody else also paid attention. And it's northern extraction. So I'll just take this exit. Do the short hop. And hey there, Anders. Yeah, let's go extract. This is kind of the downside of Umbra, for instance, here is I want to keep up with these guys, but also I want to charge up my Umbra at some point. And the best thing would be if kind of like this team kind of waited for the rest of the people to arrive. But I'm guessing that's not going to happen here. I might actually charge up back here.
System curtailed.
They likely
Get on that helo. You've got
spawn them on that
hunters incoming.
side, the hunters. Because we didn't reach this trigger point. They likely just reached that trigger point.
System back
Let's
online.
actually pull some seat. With that spawn just in here. I'm gonna try to get that box because, oh, actually that's not. Those healing boxes are actually one of the things that, especially if you deal with them quickly, it's much less of an issue. Just gotta deal with them quickly.
System reactivated.
Just gonna try to get them out of it. And yeah, you know, a bunch of my allies are fighting stuff over there, but I can't really help them. I'm kind of stuck here, so
Immediate medical assistance
might as well
needed.
take the fight that I can.
System malfunctioning.
Except when there's a hunter behind me, of course. Don't do it.
Hostile
You
striker
did it.
drone detected.
That'll help. It's shooting its owner, so I'm just gonna let it.
Agent down. System restored.
Although, did it shoot its owner? No. Chopper's coming in. I'm just gonna set up and get the chopper here.
System disrupted.
But yeah, my team has basically very low damage.
Agent deceased.
Yeah, that's a death.
System reactivated. Agent down.
We're still in the hunters. Yeah,
Hostile hive detected.
yeah, that I was gonna get hacked there. Drone going after hunters. Always a pleasant sight.
Assistance. System curtailed.
Torres is waiting for your signal. Shoot off
Oh,
a flare
shit.
when you're ready to come home. Torres is on
I
her
was
way.
on one. I'm gonna go for the kill here. I can have to.
Agent down.
And imagine this team, for instance, on a heroic. That would be basically close to impossible. That's kind of the reason to stick to challenging. Although what I should have done as well is kind of swap to striker, get more consistent damage out. Especially I'm not doing a good job doing umbraing. I'll leave that guy. Time to go. Funny shot for, yeah, well, you can go a little bit past. Like as long as you've started the animation on one, it usually still counts. But yeah, that was, I suddenly saw the time. And I'm happy that it didn't take me down because they can also kill you before you get the flare up. But anyone you can walk away from, right?
Safe area detected.
Nice to see you, Agent.
I'll hang on to that one, even though it's like way too expensive. That's also one of the ones I need, right? Yeah, but it's also way too expensive.
Thanks for making.
So we'll try to get better ones. So I basically have a shopping list of LMGs with crit chance that I still need. Because I just need the base variants and then just with crit chance maxed out so I can retalent them. Just replacing a bunch of older weapons that I have with fixed talent and then the third stat being the thing I would change. Because this would be in the past kind of the thing to do. Ever since they changed the crit chances, or well, the crit damage mods especially to be equivalent to the crit chance ones. You just want to go crit chance thirds there. Yeah, you know what? Let's go in once more, but then once more again with something else. Let's actually take Redify. Let's put back the weapons I borrowed there. Well, as well, actually, if anybody is interested in doing any countdowns and wants to join, feel free to say so. Likely we'll do 1 or 2 more countdowns and then round it out.
I appreciate the trade.
Just trying to get this shopping list together. Also, at some point we'll get over 100. Once we reach 22k, it'll be over 100 caches. And yeah, this thing actually, I want to run it with the smart cover. We'll run with the smart cover and then Bitsu. PTSD lives. So I'm going to overcharge with this and then try to use that. And then also try to just get some charges with that is the idea. Let's see if we can execute that. Yeah, let's take a capacitor. Yeah, let's just run it like this. What am I missing? I've done better happens. Yeah, I've been there too. I'm just like, just not paying attention, and then suddenly it's like, wait, what happened? And then, oh yeah, we failed the timer. Especially as well, we had to come from far, so we're already down on time getting there. And maybe I saw that when I did, because I was also really the only person in position to even call it in. I think the other guy was also running in there to call it in, but they got downed. They tried. Yeah, let's keep going.
You have received an invite to another agent's group. You have joined a group.
I do like the chest, especially when you put like this, the red color on it. It's like a red with a splotch of white on that FI chest. Let's see if we can sneak in a few kills and get like some future perfect stacks. We should also just alt on this. So one thing I should just get in the habit of is just alting on these
lockdown protocols while they were charging their warhounds.
On these guys right away, because you might as well.
We need to shut down the broken transformers
hunters
and
at the
restore the
start.
power grid.
Because it'll help you kill that first one quickly.
Reactor unstable.
Annoyingly, there's only 3
Emergency
people
lockdown
on this
protocols
side.
activated. 15 minutes lockdown.
Excessive power
Why should I have that
detected.
cooldown
Increased
reduction
probability of
as
instability
well?
or overloading the power grid.
Maybe that'll help me out. I was hoping the team to... Oh, you know what's great? When you are 3 people on this side and then 1 person also doesn't come here because they're special.
System reactivated. System curtailed.
Oh, and also we don't have any modifier. I'm sorry to this guy, but I'm just gonna leave. Because yeah, we're not gonna get any hunters there and stuff, and we're also just gonna die there. Like me and him, whatever he wasn't doing enough damage there. Especially without the modifiers on top. Sometimes you just have to be smart, cut your losses, and go. Next. Like there, if that third guy had come with us, we could have maybe taken that. But then as well, like, what we're gonna do, just run away from it? We could have, but it would have made it take even longer as well. We just take our losses and go. That's what I'm for counting. And you have to just here it does say, at least nowadays it says leader there when you're leader. So it is. But you know what? I'm gonna try matchmaking again because if I'm solo, really, there's nobody in the matchmaker at all.
You have received an invite to another agent's group.
There we go. There was a different
You
group.
are now in a group.
Regen build. That's the... This at least already looks a little bit more competent. Even though the regen build for in there is not that useful. Measured assembly. And so far a few damage dealers. That's all we need. Okay. Likely proficiency in that, I would hope. Oh, this guy. Don't really understand the thinking here, because also he doesn't have a marksman rifle. Like, at least if they had a MMR there. Like, why are you running 3-piece hotshot? They just felt like it.
Communication relay offline.
I've noticed for some reason. I mean, sometimes they just don't know. Sometimes also not paying attention. I've definitely missed the final timer as well.
The have triggered a lockdown at the plant. They've been taking over infrastructure to lend legitimacy to their cause. If they control the power, they control this region. We need to get control of the experimental reactor.
We're ending the lab.
Reactor unstable. Emergency lockdown protocols activated. 15 minutes lockdown.
Magnetic containment failure. Elevated threat of
I don't think that
EMP
guy is
discharge.
MA. Grabbing dog tags and going. Yeah, it's US East. The last one also felt pretty laggy. Anyway, we're starting to get US servers here. Because it's starting to get late in my region. How about you don't?
Serious trauma detected.
Worth it.
System disrupted.
I may have an X-shaped hole in my back, but worth it. Because if you melee them, I'm not gonna do it again because I'm health kit. if you melee them, they'll always knock them out of whatever action they're performing. So either if they're jamming or healing, doesn't per se matter. Everything's fine. So let's go for turbine. Yeah, turbine cooling. Is the obvious ones. For 10 minutes for like a group. I'm saying, oh yeah. Also, usually when they're kicking people, because yeah, they're usually doing it on SHD, which is just dumb. I had that a few times when I was on third account, when we were starting out on third account. It's just like, you made the choice. Like, I'm not gonna toot my own horn, but I literally wrote a guide on Countdown, so I kind of feel I know what's happening. Right, like.
Incoming. High risk hostile.
But yeah, if you just go by that. I have here and there kicked some people, especially on heroic, sometimes for, especially if it's just like, sometimes you have just people joining, especially if they're like in the thousands, because I've kicked sometimes like some 15Ks and stuff that were just running 6-piece, and
Area secure.
it's just like, oh, are you just trying to catch up on proficiency on something like this? Because that's also why you're doing it on heroic. Then just go be. But then also, if that's actually what they're running, then like that's even worse. But usually as well, I would like only if it's the rest of the team is also horrendous, and we just need one other person to be kind of okay. Yeah, we'll go for cooling, although hostiles and cooling is actually one of the super long ones. But cooling's exit to lab will be easier. Lag spikes there.
You're in. We need to locate the target.
Yeah, I should be running this. So I should try to like overcharge and actually use my skills at some point. Where did everybody else go? Wait.
Grenade away!
That's not a chevron. For a second I thought that yellow thing there was the chevron above this skills head. Wait, did they actually go to admin? Why? Then there was supercharge, so there I overcharged myself. Now I'm skill tier 6. I'm gonna overcharge again with Hive and supercharge. Resetting some of the highs and stuff. Also, I wanted to see there who was gonna get affected by it.
10 minutes to lockdown. Evacuate the facility.
Excessive magnetic discharge detected. EMP system purge required.
And then I should get the kill shot there. So one of the nice things about this skill as well, it's auto updating. So when I get this kill, it actually goes up in skill tier. So now it's 3. If I kill this guy, it'll be 4.
Immediate medical assistance.
You're not supposed to be shooting that fast, dude.
High value target detected. Vital signs critical.
Oh my gosh. Let's just get this out of there.
Keep
secure.
Agent, you should be able to access the lab.
Hostile neutralized. High-risk target approaching.
The stick kind of does suck for when it comes to just destroy that, taking away his skills, although he still has something to play somewhere. This reduction kind of sucks. Because he has the blue and he has the yellow. And the yellow is active because he has some thing he's deployed somewhere, which we can't find. Yeah, it's fine. Let's go to the main. Let's see the last one, fast skill. This is a distraction. Well, there would have been just that start part was too annoying. Because we would have to like two-man that hunter, because as well, once we had it engaged, we couldn't disengage anymore. The last chance we had to make that somewhat successful was to disengage beforehand. But that wasn't going to happen. And then I had to just leave that one guy to die and go make the wrong choice with that other guy. Yeah, that I was just that. I'll leave plenty of things, especially if, yeah, it's just really bad choices.
Nice work on the valves. Now, I need you to expose the reactor's core.
Just to not sit there and just be frustrated.
Good. Now, you just need to destroy the magnetic core. You should
I
be
should do a
fine.
supercharge.
System curtailed. High-risk target approaching. System back online.
Movement handling is pretty nice. Because the SIG is kind of a shitty gun, kind of. So putting a ton of weapon handling on it there. With some overcharging.
Evacuate the facility. 5 minutes to lockdown.
Containment field failure. EMP discharge required to stabilize reactor.
Riot boom! Watch out, grenade! Get moved by the bee! Get fucked for a time. This armor
Serious trauma detected. System disrupted. High-risk target detected.
Yeah, it definitely is
System
not
reactivated.
a very powerful build. But doesn't need to be. It's a pretty
Hostile
good
striker drone
group buff,
detected.
especially. That's its purpose. Kind of good on time. Also, let me finish it. Oh, Inigo Jess is eluding Marlon. Is to use the sacrifice variant. I mean, you can just use the sacrifice variant while you're farming the other. I would say. This is, yeah, still a pretty good one.
Offline. An agent needs assistance. System restored.
But yeah, that one can be a pretty big grind, so go into it knowing that.
Good work, Agent. You saved the plant. Move to extraction point. When you're ready to come home, shoot off a flare.
We're exiting through there. It's northern extraction. Don't pay attention when we insert it. Does not work around the here. Not working on the extraction. Just to counter around, it felt like I was doing more reviving and shooting. There's a lot of disruption happening, right? People are getting disrupted, and when you're disrupted or shocked, you don't deploy your hive, if you get that. So here, when we reach the hunters, there's a general disruption that goes out, and then the hunters can follow that up with multiple other disrupts once that wears off. So that's why you have to watch out for shock and disrupt both. even if you have a hive, if you're disrupted, if you're shocked,
Heavily armed hostiles detected.
it won't work. So for instance here, once that person spawns the hunters, well, actually I was so far out of range that I think I'm gonna be out of the disrupt range there.
Agent down.
But yeah, when the hunter does that, although he didn't get it off there,
Detected.
or I was out of range still. There's also ways to avoid it. So for instance, Faraday, I have Faraday on my hive.
System
Yeah, I deployed it too late. But then now, for instance, we're all disrupted, so if anybody that goes down now will actually not that. Should be able to get the supercharge off before this.
System reactivated. Hostile phaser drone detected.
There should be a supercharge to all my allies. Doesn't make up my.
When you're ready to come home, shoot off a flare.
I should put my hive there. Thunders can of course hack it, but at least with healing and stuff, you can be, you know, first of all, they need to be.
Helo inbound to your location.
Let's at least tell them, because they likely just don't know. We still had a minute there or something.
Ready for extraction.
So I fat fingered 45 instead of 5. Who's gonna? Like, where do I have? No, whenever you're disrupted, just you have to kind of keep half of an eye on your hive or on your buff bar, basically. Yeah, let's go in one last time. We'll round it out with this one. This is gonna run a full red striker on this one.
Safe area
Just
detected.
You know, go from buff and builds to being the damage, the DPSer. Not gonna run chest striker. We're just gonna run obliterate. Swap those out. Go with this. We'll stick an AR here. Hang on to that one. That's one of the shopping list ones. There's actually weapon sort here.
Take a look. Nice doing business with you.
Or vendor sort. Actually, a slingshot with the weapon handling from the thing. Could actually maybe revisit that. I want to run an exotic, maybe. Not particularly. Let's grab something of a lesser weapon or something. Just, you know what? Let's run Lud for once. Basically, never run this thing. Because usually I want to use my skills, but then on this one I won't. But then also, I would much rather have. Let's actually take demo. Could take gunner as well, but we'll take demo. Yeah, let's run Lud for once. Does this thing actually have a skin? No. I mean, the weapon type have a dedicated skin, but no. Also, I need to change my chance, right? Yeah. I'm not on the backpack. Let's just take it on the glove. It's faster than changing mods, so we'll just waste those resources. Yeah, let's take it in again. Straight around. It's not too hard to keep all red.
You have joined a group.
We'll run this one, for instance. You do have to, yeah, pay attention and be a lot more. That's why I do like running PFEs in there. You can be a little more careless. Yeah. Two backfires. One much better setup than the other. But in this one, I'm a damage dealer, so I'm just gonna. Worst case, I can carry it by my lonesome. I will likely have to because well, the level 39, level 1. That's why they have that. Stuff like this, like Virtuoso, right? Like downside of this, for instance, in here is it's kill on kill, right? You're competing with 7 other people for kills and stuff. But likely what they're doing here is running this for proficiency. And at least they're running it 4-piece, not a 6-piece. And they've tried to make a build with it. So honestly, not the worst. As well as on third account, I did that as well. But one of the easiest ways is just to take a chest, and a group of backpack, and then just take gear set after gear set with that, and just run it like that.
They've been taking over infrastructure to lend
we'll be fighting some
legitimacy
true
to their
sons.
cause. If they control the power, they control this region.
We're spawning north, so it's our task to link up with the other team.
We need to find a way to relieve the pressure and fix the reactor's cooling system.
And we'll end up in cooling. Could go left. Hopefully the team will just
Reactor
land with me.
unstable. Emergency lockdown protocols activated. 15 minutes lockdown.
Nice. We're gonna get the close range buff, but not till a little bit later. Okay. No skill usage. feel so bad. I want to pulse. I want to pulse. As well, one of the things with the LUD is that overall I feel you're better off just running normal streamline on a better weapon. Wait, what? Wait, didn't they weren't they following me?
System restored.
They followed me all the way to get like... What? So they followed me all the way to there, and then they didn't follow me further.
System reactivated.
And now they're all dying over there. And this team still has to go over there as well. So, yay, well done. I mean, they didn't do it on purpose, likely, and stuff, but still, just... If you're... Yeah, whatever. Because of that, they only got one hunter at the start here, one dog tag. You have to be in range to pick up these dog tags. And yeah, now they're over there for some reason. Sucks to be them. Wait, that hunter is still up. Wait, did they all, what? What? Oh, I could have gotten that hunter there as well. Oh, they were respawning.
An agent needs assistance.
That was what was happening. That's why they were triggering out of combat. That died and that respawn. I'm ready to leave, but it's fine. Downside is though, I wouldn't have been in range for this one. So. Yeah. Yeah, it's fine. Except it isn't, but it's fine. Yeah, they followed me like I was checking up to the bridge part there. Because, you know, if you're gonna follow me all the way to here, why would you from this point suddenly go like, you know what? No, I'm gonna go there. What?
System breach initiated.
Special.
System disrupted.
It just sucks mostly for them. They'll only get one dog tag at the start here, so they're only gonna get 106.
System
Yeah, 106.
back online.
At the end here. If they had joined us, although as well, I should have just gone with the team because I thought that killed Hunter, but of course they wouldn't have that. Like we saw with Bill's there.
System restored.
But yeah, I could have gotten all 400 at the start. The rest of the team did, and then they only got one. Like the rest of my team only got one.
System curtailed.
At least the other team is strong enough
Systems
that
exposed.
we carry it, basically.
System reactivated. System malfunctioning. Data transfer halted. High-risk target approaching. Area secure.
There's gonna be one named here. Ooh, and yeah, containment. In Canada, yeah.
Minutes to lock down.
I'm really curious what they were kind of like thinking. Why
Stabilize
suddenly break off and go the other way? You're gonna follow me all the way to there. At that point, I was just like, let's go see what this person, where they're going. Let's find out. More hands. We can get both servers pretty quickly. Just shoot it from here. Oh, we have a close range buff now.
High-risk target approaching.
My finger is just like crawling towards the pulse button there over and over.
Area secure.
You can head over to the cooling tower.
We've got quick ones, so yeah, we're getting to the main pretty quick. Oh, as well, yeah, close range buff. We're just gonna melt through this. Isaiah. Also, yeah, there's a bunch in fresh bullet, basically. It is still a weird choice that they removed the SHD level showing.
I need you to fix
I
that
wonder if that
cooling
was just they couldn't fix that one bug where the SHD is kind of like grayed out, and they were just like, let's just remove it in raids and stuff. As well as SHD doesn't mean much. You can still, you know, if someone is 100, unless they're like really well coached or something.
So, the system is overheating and steam is building up in those pipes. I'm gonna
Remember
need you to
that
find a
part
way to release
where
some pressure.
I was like,
Hold back.
I shouldn't pulse. I pulsed.
Cooling system pressure limits exceeded. Purge system to stabilize the pressure.
We just use our ACS still.
Now that the pressure is
That
stabilized,
skill
we need
comes
to shut off
after
that
that.
steam.
I do like the handling of the Mark 16s and stuff. I used to run the Mark 16 quite a bit. Nowadays it's like actually pre-22.
You need to vent the remaining steam and you'll be
It
good
was
to
a
go.
little bit better.
High-risk target detected.
But now it's just outclassed by a bunch of stuff. Although back then it was also outclassed by ACR. So we still wouldn't want it. But I ran a lot of the Mark 16, especially because it was one of the first like weapons I had that was
Great.
god rolled.
Now that's under control. You just need to vent the remaining steam and you should be good to go.
Like even before optimization existed, so I ran it quite a bit. Oh, it feels weird to not pulse there.
Now we just need to cut off that.
Agent out of action. Agent down.
Actually, yeah, with that thing on cooldown. Actually, you know what? Let's go F2 kills. I won't use that much. Because now I can pulse.
An agent.
Great.
I just,
now that's under
yeah.
control. You just need to vent the remaining steam and you should be good to go.
Thingy is just not
Cooling system
for me.
stabilized.
Streamline is just not for me.
Incoming. High-risk hostile.
I just like my skills way too much. Like even more so on a red build. Like I want to run pulse. Even if I'm not running pulse, like yeah, smart cover or foam or even a shield if I have to.
Good work, Agent. You saved the plant. Move to extraction point. When you're ready,
I think it's also
send up
on a
flare
full
Centaurus
red
to
where
pick
it's
you up.
just like 4 or 5% more
Get on that helo. You've got hunters incoming.
than measured.
Agent down.
Like it makes a lot more sense on pretty
Agent deceased.
well done. Why do you even kill them? Where's the pop-up? They killed themselves, I'm guessing. It's close range extraction. Hopefully the team kind of bunches up. Where you? Who's Banshee charging? It's not gonna reach. My hive is still on cooldown. I didn't get to regen. No. It's back. Wait, the hunter's already... Oh, that guy just ran out here or something? Oh wait, did he respawn and he respawned there?
System curtailed.
He respawned because yeah, that would be his respawn point. So likely he respawned in the middle of all that. Just before extraction started. Really want to kill that bug. So
System back online.
this is always a really annoying choke point. Oh, I'm not technician. That gone. Living that healing box up as long as we are doing is a really bad thing. It is also behind that box, isn't it? We're spreading our damage and then just letting it all be healed. Like,
System restored.
I won't get hit by that. Oh well. And at least this fight is over. These. Let me catch up here. If we were on under it's just non-existent, yeah. It's always lovely to me when it's also people that like go like. It's quite often. They go Fargo War is free, basically, or something to that effect.
Sees you. Helo inbound.
And that usually tells me that, yeah, they already weren't paying attention to their minimap. Like, I've heard people say exactly that, just like, I don't ever use my minimap anyway. It's like, okay. But that doesn't make, like, that's a you problem. Flame turrets.
Ready for extraction.
Oh, that wasn't early. Actually, I think actually adulated somebody on my friends list as well. I recognize the name suddenly. I'm not saving one more ad. Loot and go. This is another damage or savage. That's fair. XP. Putting kill down now.
You did a great thing.
Although well in Countdown you can't set.
We take electricity for granted, but
oh, that should be a decent.
This entire region
maybe.
Would have lost
Although,
power. Thank you.
Yeah, people would have it on and not have like people would turn on 5 directives and not have the team to deal with it. or help deal with it. Yeah.
Entering safe area.
Yeah. Let's go get these cleaned up. And then, yeah, we'll round it out with this. Yeah, we got some last minute weeklies in. I should get that glove back to crit damage. Because otherwise I'll load this build in. Accident with it. And yeah, we also went way further with the timeline guide, which I'm happy about. We're gonna... I feel at this point everything is in its place. The only thing I have to kind of think about is, do I want to add all the skills here as like base skills? We might, actually, just for completeness. But that will just make it a big block at the start. But I mean, the base game was a big block at the start. Just a ton of items are just base game. But then, yeah, we have all of the other things in place, and then it just becomes adding a ton of text to all this. Because in the end, I wanted to kind of look like these, where I have like the name underneath it. So just like exotic gear, Val, stuff like that. Especially that text is important, so we can control F in here, which is kind of the thing I want at the end of this, is just to...
Glad to see you, Agent.
If I want to recall, hey, when did this thing get added, I can come in here and control F for, you know, and like chameleon, and then see that it was into 7. Stuff like that. But we'll work a little bit more on this thing in the future. But that's for future IKEA's problem. Tomorrow as well, we'll have our video on our dear friend Falter. That'll finally go up as everything's kind of out of the door that I wanted to be out of the door before I made that video. And yeah, that'll be tomorrow's video. I've also made, yeah, a bunch of shorts, so we'll have those for the coming times. And then I want to focus, as the video after that is going to be the Eclipse Masterclass. We'll be recording some parts of that here and there. But for now, let's go Raiden. Let's pay it forward, as yeah, there's Tisa kindly rated us. Let's see who's in the category. Yeah, let's actually go with Harley, who's doing a quick descent, it says. I'll be going in with Sloth, as it is Sloth at the time, so we'll see some Sloth gameplay. And yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. Likely, actually, I'll jump on a little bit early, as I'll likely be able to. It kind of depends how long, you know, making that other video takes and stuff. But actually, once I have that kind of done, you know, eat and stuff, and then jump on. Oh, yeah, let me catch on some of these last ones, although let me already start the raid going towards Harley. As always, Excel. Well, in this case, it's Google's stuff, as yeah, it's actually all in Google Drive stuffs. For them, yeah, no. There's just been, yeah, a bunch of stuff I was waiting on to get finished going out, and just so I can kind of put those in those videos as well. As I'm pushing back towards them pretty hard. We're gonna have some fun with them. But yeah, that's for you'll see that tomorrow. What kind of happened around that. But yeah, I'll be back around tomorrow evening. Hope to catch some, if not all of you then. For now, enjoy Harley, who's doing a 4-man slot descent. And then, yeah, I'll jump on tomorrow, likely a little bit earlier, and we'll continue on with the masterclass on Eclipse, and then also that guide a little bit more. So, hope to catch you all then. Thank you all for joining me, and as always, have a good night.